the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Phillip Rivers put forth a valiant effort on Monday Night Football, but a fourth-quarter interception from the 44-year-old sealed the Colts' fate. D. Winters picked off Rivers and returned it 74 yards for a score, and the Niners beat the Colts 48-27. San Francisco's offense was clicking on all cylinders against Indianapolis, with Brock Purdy throwing a career-high 5 touchdown passes and Christian McCaffrey rushing for 117 yards while hauling in 2 receiving touchdowns. With the Niners' victory, San Francisco's 5th straight, the Jaguars, Chargers, and Bills clinched playoff spots. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Here's my advice to anyone who wants to chime in on social media or go to Truth Social or go to a YouTube page or a podcast or wherever you want to go and trash someone because they have a different political opinion to you after they were brutally murdered by their own kid. Go watch Stand By Me instead. Just shut up. Go watch one of Rob Reiner's great movies that he did and realize it's a human being that put great things into the world. Whether you agreed with him late in life or not, or agreed with his politics. And I think that everyone that's watching this can agree with Rob Reiner when he said post-Charlie Kirk assassination, this isn't right. And I think we can all take a lesson from that. And again, there are times where it's completely okay to be silent and not post about someone's death and not post how much you disagree with them in the moment that their family's obviously dealing with a lot. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. In a freshly filed federal lawsuit, a group of mostly Democratic-led states accuses the Trump administration of illegally trying to cripple the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau by refusing to ask the Federal Reserve for funds needed to run the independent regulator. The suit says the inaction will virtually guarantee the Bureau runs out of money in January, preventing it from carrying out responsibilities, including fielding consumer complaints about financial institutions and their products. Red Lobster has quietly been trimming the ranks. The chain has confirmed to Bloomberg that it's cut 10% of its corporate staff and roughly 200 people at the restaurant level, as dozens of low-performing locations have dragged down results. It's also working to renegotiate costly leases, which have hampered its post-bankruptcy plan to return to steady profitability. Red Lobster faltered in the face of high rents, bad decisions by former management, including the costly Ultimate Endless Shrimp promotion, and the overall decline in casual dining. Andrew O'Day, Bloomberg Radio.
Running a small business is a daily balancing act. One late shipment, one price hike, one employee issue, and your whole month, maybe the entire year, could be in trouble. That's where LendSeek comes in.
I needed $100,000 fast to keep up with inventory demands. LendSeek had me funded the same day I applied. Between their AI platform finding the fastest deal and a dedicated funding specialist guiding the process, it couldn't have been easier.
Our AI-driven platform matches your business with the right program from over 100 funders, up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours. Don't wait until it's too late. If you've been in business at least 2 years with more than $500,000 in annual revenue, qualifying is simple. No collateral, no out-of-pocket costs, no hassle. From lines of credit, term loans to revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply in minutes at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
At Riverwinds Restaurant, every table comes with a view overlooking the Philadelphia skyline and the Delaware River. It's the perfect backdrop for a date night, family celebrations, or just a night out with friends. Savor fresh seafood, sizzling steaks, handcrafted cocktails, and desserts worth lingering over. When the food is unforgettable and the view is unbeatable, you're at Riverwinds in West Deptford. Make your reservation today. Call 856-579-7900. 856-579-7900.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-352-9239. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-352-9239. 800-352-9239 or biglou.com.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line. But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Picture this, you're on a date, and then bad breath happens. Confidence gone. Here's the truth. Most gums and mints are just bad breath Band-Aids, but not Zellman's Minty Mouth. The functional breath freshener you swallow. Tiny dual-action capsules with mint on the outside, parsley seed oil inside, clinically tested to fight the toughest offenders, even garlic and onions. It's only available online. Go to Zellmans.com, Zelmins, Zellmans.com, code FRESH for 15% off.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. Each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Breaking news. TurnersvilleJeep.com is reporting Jeep headquarters just released the lowest Jeep lease payments in years. With over 400 new Jeeps, Dodges, and Ram trucks to choose from, there has truly never been a better time to get into the Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck of your dreams. And with payments anyone can afford. Do not delay. These rock-bottom payments will not last. Go to TurnersvilleJeep.com and lock in one of these historic deals today.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Pull it out.
And we have liftoff on this December 23rd, 6 in the morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Happy 23rd day of December. Happy Festivus for the rest of us. That's where we are. It's going to be Sean Farish and Esty Palti with you all morning long. Good morning, you stupid. You know that? I have to say that first thing in the morning. I have to say good morning, you stupid person, right? How hungover are we
This is the last time. This is the
hungover?
last time I do a show with you because I know you told the producers to zoom in to my forehead on purpose. I know you did that on purpose, Donald.
I didn't tell anybody anything. I think you have a problem, right? It's
Good
called
morning,
vodka.
Philadelphia.
I think that's
Please
the
don't
issue.
mind my host. Good morning, and good morning. I have my coffee, my dream, and my Glock.
Now, what's in that coffee? Huh? What's in that coffee? I think we know what's in
Nothing
there.
that you tried
Probably
before, Donald.
tequila, probably vodka, and a lot of other things, isn't there? Right? A lot of other things. You and Nancy
None of your
have a
business, Donald. You've never tried it before.
very similar. Good morning. Hey, look,
Good
you're
morning.
back for round 2. We're very happy to be here. We're gonna have a good time today. Plenty to go over. It is Festivus. Do you celebrate Festivus? How's that? Is that for a first question in the morning? Do you celebrate Festivus?
Nope. Do
It is
you?
a Festivus for the rest of us, right? It's one of these old traditions from the TV show Seinfeld, where there's an airing of grievances, and then it's a whole thing. It's a lot of fun. It's it's not a real holiday, but it is a real holiday for those who watched that show. So it's very interesting. And here we have.
It sounds burdening.
What's that? It is burdening. Actually, it is burdening. for Kamala Harris, she would list her grievances. Matter of fact, maybe we'll have an airing of grievances from the two former candidates. Now, one the president, one the former vice president, and she's thinking of running in 2028. I got to ask you. I mean, even if she's not the nominee, you're gonna have some time. You're gonna have some material to work with when she's on the debate stage. What are you looking forward to on that one?
I just personally can't wait, if I'm being honest with you. I mean, for the fans is one thing. People are just like, what do you think she's going to say? And I'm like, I assure you it's not going to change that much. But, we're going to make the best of it. There are a lot of different variations we can go with. It's like dice. We're going to unburden. We already unburdened what has been. Now it's going to be, reburdening what has already been burdened and reburdened again. I'm not even sure, but Kamala will definitely come up with something interesting for the people to lash onto and make a bunch of memes. And I can't wait.
I think so. And the front runner right now, Democrat Party, is Gavin Newsom, but there's so much time left, right? So you're going to have, he's going to be in there. Kamala's going to be in there. You're probably going to see Buttigieg in there. And now there's whispers of AOC. So,
yes.
And Buttigieg is too gay. What happened?
Can you imagine a double ticket with AOC? I don't think that would even go, because there's no way Kamala would go as vice president again, but maybe AOC would. Oh my God!
I don't know. AOC, Kamala as the lead, the lead name on the ticket. AOC as the vice president. Would that be the lowest IQ presidential ticket in U.S. history? I think it might be.
I would
very well
think we were living in a simulation. If that would even to happen, I'd be like, there's no way this is real. We've jumped timelines somewhere around COVID, and we just can't figure out how to get back ever since.
I can't believe it. I mean, and they have no bench. The Democrats have no bench. Like I said, the list of names that could be running in 2028 for the Democrats is Gavin Newsom, Kamala Harris Part 2, Pete Buttigieg, AOC, maybe Jasmine Crockett, if you could imagine that, because she's certainly not going to win her Senate race. And then you look on the other side, on the Republican side, and it's a pretty deep bench. You got J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio's name has been thrown around, although he said now that he wouldn't be running if J.D. does run. You've obviously got Ron DeSantis. Ted Cruz says he may be giving it another shot. And I'm sure there's going to be a few names on the Republican side that emerge between now and then. But a fairly deep bench when you look at the Republican Party. It's just the problem is going to come down to, what does the GOP do? What does the GOP do when Trump isn't on the ballot? Because it's been very troubling, and there's been a disturbing trend for the last couple of years. I mean, you see 2020, obviously shenanigans with that election, but you go into the 2022 midterms, Trump isn't on the ballot. You have mainstream media, you have social media suppressing the truth about the Hunter Biden laptop in 2022. The Twitter files had just started to come out that it wasn't Russian disinformation. But for some reason, without Donald Trump on the top of the ticket, Republicans just don't show up. And so I think it's a mix of a couple of things, right? I think it's a mix of you have a little bit of lack of results. Let's be honest. Okay. The Republican Party's not putting up enough points. They're not giving people enough of a reason to stay motivated. When you have this polarizing, dynamic kind of candidate like Donald Trump, he's showing up in a garbage vest. He's going to McDonald's. He's saying all these things. I got shot.
Not
Remember
easy
that?
shoes to fill. I totally understand. Yeah, it's just not going to be simple to even fill that energy, that space. He's truly built that loyal base, and I think the Republican Party gets very lost with the idea of who's going to lead this now.
And the problem is that the generic, 10, 15 years ago style of Republican politics, I don't think it appeals to anybody, right? I mean, it may have appealed to 50-year-olds, 60-year-olds or so. And this isn't to say that if you're older, that is somehow wrong. You can't control it. Age is just a number. But there are too many people who are that kind of golly goody two shoes. We're just gonna kind of go along to get along Republican Party, and the political landscape, the arena, the way this game is played has just shifted. To quote one of my favorites, my all-time favorites, Dan Bongino, it's like you're boxing and your opponent's got lead in his boxing gloves, and he's best friends with the referee. And so you're dealing with now the opponent, the left. They've got lead in their gloves. The ref is on their side, right? There's no objective media. We try and do everything on our, everything in our power to bring accountability. And now we're fighting battles on our own side. We have people who are playing loosely or, having a very, very loose, that's generous, relationship with the truth. And so it's kind of like what you have is, you've probably heard of horseshoe theory, where you've got the right, you've got the left, and then you've got the extreme fringes of each group. And unfortunately, the extreme fringes of each group are they're reaching into the middle, and they're just ripping the middle apart and polarizing everything in American politics. And whether or not we like it or we don't, that's just the way things are going. On both sides of the aisle here, I think, is a little bit of fatigue over the extremes. And I don't like the word, extremism. When I lived in New York on Long Island and was running the Loud Majority, right, with Kevin Smith, we got put on an extremist list, right, from the SPLC. They called our group an extreme anti-government organization, even though we were helping local candidates win elections to get into local government, whether it's, school board or county executive, et cetera. We were somehow an anti-government extremist group. We had state legislators comparing us to Timothy McVeigh, and it wasn't going to be this fair fight. But I based off of some of the data that's out there right now, based off of some of the reporting and some of the things that we're going to get to this morning, the extremes of both sides, I think, are starting to wear people out. I saw a lot of people on social media kind of saying, I'm worn out by this. And, you've been doing the Kamala bits for years, right? And now she was, obviously she got thrust into, a presidential spotlight. She was a candidate last year. But have you noticed that it's getting really tiring? The political aspect of it, not necessarily the funny side of it's not too bad, but the political side of it kind of wears you out, doesn't it?
Of course, it's too radical, and it's become now. It's even though we've gotten this really weird thing, sadly after post Charlie Kirk, where we just got slapped with a ton of radicalism from the left that entire time, but now we have radicalism on both sides. So now you have the woke right making, really just really, like you said it best. There's such a fatigue around it. It's just too much, and it's all the time. And from both sides, when you put them together, when you have both sides that got way too extreme, and very few people are in the middle, you have a problem. Like, it shouldn't be this much. And you're absolutely right. It's so tiring. It really is. It's very, very tiring. There's so much fatigue around it.
Yeah. Oh, well, we're going to get into some really bad polling that the Democrats can look at. Look, we can talk all we want about the polls are fake and that they're influence polls and that there's an agenda, and that is all very true. But the other thing that's very true about polling is that it is data. It is hard physical data. Whether we could dispute the accuracy of it all we want, and that's fine, and we can interpret how each poll generally skews, and that's fine. But it is data, and it does tell us something, and it is important, for us to look at it, to utilize that, to get a pulse, right? To put our finger on the pulse and get the pulse of the American electorate. And look, the Democrats right now, as much as they want to say, well, look at the November elections in Virginia and New Jersey. Look at the November elections in California, Pennsylvania, with regards to the Supreme Court, the state Supreme Court. That somehow was a referendum on Trump, but that somehow was a referendum on the Republican Party, and this is going to set up this colossal blue wave, blue tsunami type of wipeout coming in November of 26. I'm going to tell you, not so fast. Now, I'm also of the thought, and I would caution my Republican friends, folks out there who look at this polling and say, "Oh, well, Republicans are in great position." Well, we're not, because again, we're going into this election, and our starting quarterback's not going to be on the field, right? Donald Trump is the president of the United States. He's not on the ballot, and so from November 5th, 2024 onward, from the 24 election, November 6th, November 7th, after that win, I've kind of been saying, look, you have to treat every election as if Donald Trump is on the ballot, because in a way, he is. If the Democrats retake the House, they're going to do the whole impeachment thing all over again, and they're going to stop the whole thing dead in its tracks, and that's not what we want either, right?
Yep.
So you have to kind of psych yourself into believing that Donald Trump is back on the ballot. Whether or not the Democrats have an atrocious approval rating, it doesn't really mean much. Their people are at least still coming out to vote, and we can dispute the legality of their votes and the way they get their people out, and are those real ballots and are those not real ballots. But the fact of the matter is they are finding a way to put points on the board, and Republicans aren't. But motivation, and I think people are kind of getting a little tired of the whole TDS thing that they've started to lean on. And this would be, if you're a Democrat and you're hearing this, this is not good information. This is not going to be information that you're going to that's going to make you happy. How about we took another tanker yesterday? How about that's number 3? How about the president of the United States, Esty, is a pirate? How do you feel about the fact that we have a guy who's creating his own, the Golden Fleet? I mean, did you hear him describe this yesterday?
I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna wait for Sean's take on this. He's something else.
I'm sitting there watching it, and I hear him, and we have the clip, and we're gonna play it. And I'm sitting there yesterday watching this happen, and I'm giggling. My wife's looking at me like, "What is so funny?" I said, "Do you hear this man talking about the battleships, the biggest ship, the longest ship, the greatest ship?"
I only hear you, if I'm being honest. And when I hear it, I'm like, "Oh my god!" Like me and Sean have done this. Like I've heard him do this. Yeah,
right. We talk about, we do the pirate. I'm the greatest pirate. Right? Think about it. I have the biggest plank, and then here he is on, like, it's an actual press conference, and he's talking about how these even the Secretary of the Navy yesterday at the podium was like, yes, these are going to be the strongest and the best looking. Even he said it, because you knew that he was probably going to get smacked around by the president if he didn't say that the new Trump class warships that we have aren't the biggest, the best, the strongest, the fastest. So, I mean, it's a lot better than what we had last year. This time, Joe Biden, he couldn't even get through a sentence. He wouldn't know. He would think you're playing the old little board game, Battleship, right? You sunk my battleship, man. So, new warship class announced. We've seized another tanker. Also, some nasty stories out of Seattle. These career criminals. You deal with this, SD, in New York. These career criminals, right? They go out there, and I'm not talking about someone who jaywalked, or even shoplifting's not okay, but even stealing a pack of gum from a convenience store. These are real, violent, brutal crimes that are being committed. And these career criminals are being arrested. They're being booked, and then they're being let right out on the streets. And you could say firsthand, it has made New York a less safe place and a less enjoyable place. Same thing is happening in Seattle. So we have all of that as well. Chuck Todd, the mainstream media, we're going to get to them. So we have so much that we're going to get to today. And of course, if you would like to, as we had yesterday, let me see, who were the highly respected people who gave us a call yesterday? We had David in South Carolina, Joe in South Philly, Matt in New York, Frank in South Philly, Frank in Burlington, and Greg in Florida. And they called and they were able to rev up President Trump and former Vice President Harris. And we will do the same thing today. If anybody wants to come in and start some trouble, 855-839-1210. Call in to ask your favorite president and your least favorite vice president, because everybody knows she's our least favorite vice president.
I'm speaking.
Well, you were speaking. We don't want you to be speaking, but now you can speak. Go ahead. You have permission. Go ahead. Tell the people you want to hear from the people. They don't want to hear from you, though.
Yeah, please, just give us a call. I'm awake already anyway. Just call. Just dial it in. Dial it in, because I'm going to take a nap right after this.
855-839-1210. That's the number to call to get involved. If anything on your mind, anything you want to celebrate Festivus, you want to air your grievances, we will have all that available for you. So stick with us. Sean Farish, SD Palti, filling in for Kayal and Company here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We'll be back with some of these devastating polling numbers and what we can extrapolate from these reports when we come back. Stick right there. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Sean Farish, SD Palti here with you till
for today's Spotlight on Health Trends, sponsored by NordVPN.
There is a right way to clean your glasses. The Vision Council recommends using lukewarm water, a drop of lotion-free dish soap, and gently rubbing with your fingers and then drying with a clean microfiber cloth. Avoid using tissues or your t-shirt to wipe lenses. Fibers can cause scratches over time. Household cleaners can strip protective lens coatings. And saliva is not only ineffective for smudges, it spreads bacteria. I'm Margie Schaefer.
Got any gadgets? Get online protection. NordVPN has a ho-ho holiday deal just for you. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro feature helps you avoid malware, phishing, and annoying trackers. Just a few taps and you're safer online. Let your gadgets sparkle with online security. Go to NordVPN.com and get up to 77% off plus 3 extra months. NordVPN.
This season, everyone deserves a little more, and Mazda delivers with the extended driving range of the CX-50 Hybrid, so you can spend more time together. Standard all-wheel drive in every Mazda CUV, including the CX-5, and room to bring everyone with 3-row seating in the CX-90. Find more reasons to celebrate the season at the Mazda More to Move You sales event.
Visit Piazza Mazda of Westchester or Reading for financing as low as 0.9% APR for 72 months on select models. Shop online at piazzamazda.com.
It's here. B101 has transformed into Philly's official Christmas station. Relax and unwind with your holiday favorites 24 hours a day, all the way through Christmas. Tell your smart speaker to play B101.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Whether you're saving for a dream vacation in the warmer months or hoping to buy a home in the new year, grow your savings with certificates and IRAs from American Heritage Credit Union. Enjoy high earnings averages and flexible terms, like 3.81% annual percentage yield APY with a 12 or 36-month certificate or IRA. Your savings, your growth, your American Heritage. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/certificates to start saving today. Insured by the NCUA. Additional insurance provided by Excess Share Insurance. Not a member? Join Join today.
You can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Welcome back. 622 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on this Festivus morning. It's a Festivus for the rest of us. I got a lot of problems with you people, right? I've got a lot of problems, especially with you. You're a very nasty person. You know that? She's over there.
I left you alone for quite some
Excuse
time.
me, she's already drunk. She's already hammered. They call it hammered. You know, we had a beautiful, we did this with Iran. Think about it. We called it Operation Midnight Hammer. And if she was your president, it would have been Operation Hammered by Noon. We understand that, right? That's what it would have been. Operation Hammered by Noon. And we had Crooked Joe with Operation Tootsie Roll. He swabbed the poop deck at the Vatican. Everybody saw that. I'm your greatest pirate king the world has ever seen, by the way.
You know, one of the Houthis
covered it up.
actually they sent me a message. They said that you didn't even successfully infiltrate in Iran. Is that true, Donald? Tell the people the truth.
We obliterated it. We dropped Stacey Abrams on the Iran nuclear facility. She has that big, beautiful gap between her teeth.
Stacey.
She was.
Done.
We
I had
dropped
drinks with her
Stacey.
last night.
We called her the beast of the Southeast. Now she's the beast of the Middle East. And we dropped her. And with that big, beautiful gap between her teeth, she was whistling all the way down, right down. And we destroyed Iran's nuclear facility. We took her out. And we took them out, obliterated. And we made sure we fed her White Castle before we dropped her because that was quite a disaster. Think about it. There we are. There we are. All right. I want to get to this. Are you ready for this poll? This is some funny stuff. A majority of people, not just Republicans, Democrats, etc., a majority of Americans, 60%. So this is not one of these cases where, you know, it's a slim majority, 51%, and we could be like, oh, well, you know, technically more people believe this. This is a pretty decisive poll. A majority of people say that the Democrats should take a wait-and-see attitude on Donald Trump's actions rather than blindly opposing him. This is an interesting marker because what this is telling you now is that nationally, Trump derangement syndrome, while it was popular, while it used to be orange man bad, vote for me because I don't like the orange man, a lot of people are starting to get tired of that. And it's the first time we're starting to see breaks in the armor that is Trump derangement syndrome. A majority of Americans believe Democrats should take a wait and see attitude on President Donald Trump's actions rather than blindly opposing him. A December Harvard-Harris survey revealed, and Harvard-Harris is obviously a pollster that is not looking to produce results that folks like you and folks like me would necessarily celebrate or think are a good thing. The question was, do you think Democrats should oppose everything that Trump is doing, or should they take more of a wait-and-see attitude toward his actions? 60%, this is across the board of the entire poll, 60% said they should take more of a wait-and-see attitude compared to 40% who said they should, quote, oppose everything Trump is doing. Opinions vary on party lines, and this is a trend that I was watching back in 2023 when it came to, like, let's say Joe Biden's approval rating or how Americans felt about the southern border or how Americans felt about rising prices. Democrats felt one way about it, and then Republicans and independents both agreed on the other side. So this poll is the exact same thing. 62% of Democrats believe that they should oppose everything Trump is doing compared to 38% who believe they should take a wait-and-see approach. However, most Republicans and independents, 79% of Republicans, 62% of independents, believe that Democrats should take a wait-and-see attitude compared to 39% of independents and 21% of Republicans who say they should just blindly oppose Trump. So, I mean, what do you make of this? Trump derangement syndrome, it used to be sexy. It used to be something that the Democrats could just run on. But now you're seeing Republicans and, most importantly, those independents saying, you know what? You've pointed at Donald Trump and you've told us how bad he is and you've told us how evil he is. But we voted for him in the 2024 election. We want to see if what he wants to do is going to work. You're starting to see that whole TDS, that whole thought process and mantra and modus operandi starting to falter. What do you make of that?
I personally don't believe that it would even be able to falter to this extent. I think that you live by TDS, you die by TDS. I know that there are people that definitely are fatigued by it, and they may be able to just kind of set it to the side and say, you know what, like it's tiring. You know, it was kind of like a trend for them. They jumped on and they just joined ship because it was popular to hate Donald Trump. So the normal majority is going to be like, you know what, I'm kind of tired. Let's wait and see. But I don't think there's any hope for the really like we just spoke about, like the really radical left that are like, no matter what he does, they're unforgiving. Don't forget, they're mentally unstable, most of them, and I just don't think it's ever going to leave the nation. Like the damage gets done. You understand? Like, especially social media, you'll see a clip, it runs wild. I saw something about yesterday about Georgia and the signatures that Trump was right in the end. How many times did we see that? Trump was right. There was fraud. Yep. There is now evidence of fraud, but we were gaslit as a nation. Does it really matter anymore? Some of us will say yes, and the people with reason and logic are going to be like, yes, you were wrong. You know, this is what the Democrats did. The truth always comes out. However, there are going to be those types of people that are willing to die on that ship. They're not going to ever sit there and admit. And a beautiful example is like the whole trans community. You transition your kid, you're dying on that hill. You're not going to go and say, oh, man, maybe I did, go too far. Maybe this wasn't a good idea. Somehow, you've already done this. You've sterilized your child. Now you have to run with it. You kind of have to keep going with it because you kind of have to. You kind of have to. You know what I mean? Like, and you're gonna.
It's not like getting it's not like getting a tattoo that you regret and then like kind of fixing it. Like and that's the point I think that we were making too about the whole. For years, if you're 18 years old, you want to make changes to your body. Oh, fine, whatever. I may not agree with you. I may not endorse the decision, but you're an adult. You can do that. But you don't do this to children. And
exactly.
As you mentioned, you're kind of stuck. Once you take that position, that radical position, there's no coming back from that because it's one thing to flip flop, or change your position on let's say immigration, for example, where you say let's close the border but allow as many legal immigrants as you want, and then you come back and say, oh well, maybe we're full, let's trim back the legal immigration as well. Or you can sit there and go open borders, everybody comes in, and then immediately flip flop to nobody. It's easier to kind of move when you're not again on the extreme of both ends of the spectrum. Mm-hmm. But this is what they're doing, right? So the Democrats now have decided, and they have decided this since 2017 after Donald Trump won the 2016 election. The Democrats have decided everything that he does, they're just going to say, I want to do the opposite, to the point where it gives me and many of us amazing material. But I mean, over the summer, they were sitting there and talking about, remember the Tylenol thing where the Trump and Bobby Kennedy basically said, if you're pregnant, avoid Tylenol because there's been a link to autism. And you had
and then
liberals
like
on TikTok.
Tylenol, they were pregnant. I mean, you can't make
just eating it like it's candy. So I came out and said, we endorse oxygen. We love breathing. It's a tremendous thing to do. We encourage everybody to breathe. We want you to breathe in and breathe out. And then I did another one and said, I want to caution you against showering with your toaster. Because these are people, they would do the exact opposite of Trump on what he's supposed to do.
Because I made a video of myself eating a chocolate bar, and I put in the caption a poop emoji, and I said, when Donald Trump tells the world that eating poop is good for you, I mean, eating food is bad for you. Liberals are going to be all up in there, and they're going to sit there, and they'll even take videos of themselves doing it. But it was just to prove the point, and the world agreed. I mean, they will do anything, even harm themselves. And it kind of goes to show you, like, you really convince yourself as a whole adult that you doing that to yourself, like you're proving a point, you're proving a principle. How juvenile was that situation? And I'm watching these pregnant women do this, and I'm like, you're not fit to be a mother. If for a trend you jump on turn your camera on and pop a bunch of Tylenol to show like, hey, look, nothing's happening. Like, no, there is a blood-brain barrier. You do have a child that you're carrying. You shouldn't take medicine to fulfill an internet trend because of your hatred for the current sitting president. Like, do you understand, if you break this down piece by piece, how absolutely psychotic these people are? And if we showed like this to an alien on Mars, a bunch of pregnant women popping Tylenol, and an alien said, "What are they doing? Why are they doing this?" Imagine that conversation. Try to explain it to them. They would literally get back on the mothership and say, "We'll see you guys in maybe 1,000 years. You're not ready."
Yeah, or you guys have already conquered yourselves. Or we won. I thought we were studying an intelligent species here. What is going on, right? And it's a good point. And I never thought of it that way until kind of you said it. But it's like, imagine having to explain this to a child, right? Like a 5-year-old. Mom, Dad, why is that person like eating, poo out of the toilet, right? And it's like, well, because the president said not to do that.
Literally toddler behavior. I would tell my kids, don't touch that. I remember we went to this like vacation home that had a fireplace with like this glass that was covering it, right? And you could feel it. You could feel the heat when you just put your hand near the glass. And I remember telling my kids, as a parent, you repeat yourself so many times. I'm like, make sure you don't touch that. Make sure you don't touch that. And my son thought that he's going to piss me off by putting his hand directly on the glass. And he did. And I looked at him and I just watched because he had his hand like against it. And he was a toddler though. And he was like looking at me, challenging me. Eventually, he got a really bad burn. It was like a huge bubble. Like, I think he got like a 3rd-degree burn on his hand for that.
Yeah.
And it goes to show you, like, listen, my kid right there was testing boundaries. They were just like, what are you going to do about it? But he really quickly realized, hey, I'm the one that gets hurt. I'm the one with the burn. So these women that did this, it really brought me back to my children. And I said, this is literally irate toddler behavior. And it's very, very pathetic because as a woman, I would be mortified. I would be mortified just as a mother too. Like, if my kid ever found a video of me on the internet popping Tylenol because the president said the opposite, how would I even explain that to my kid? My kid would be like, I was in your stomach and you thought this was a good idea. I don't know why. My immediate thought was to shame them. I felt like this is the delinquency of our world, of our entire society. This is like one of those rots that you just can't explain away. It's based from pure hatred. These people hate him so much they're willing to hurt themselves. And it doesn't get any more radical than that, Sean.
No, it's psychotic. And again, Americans are getting tired of it. Here's the problem. And this is, again, back in 2023, we started to see these trends kind of, flesh themselves out. Joe Biden's approval rating. Republicans obviously didn't approve of Joe Biden. Democrats did. But independents also overwhelmingly didn't. The direction of the country. Democrats, we're headed in the right direction. Republicans and independents, wrong direction. The Afghanistan withdrawal. Democrats, it's not so bad. Republicans and independents, it was awful. Inflation, it's not so bad. Republicans and Independents were like, it's a problem, right? And so you saw this bearing out time and time again where Republicans and independents were on the same page about something and the Democrats were out in left field feeling a certain way. And I remember looking at this going, you know what? I think there's a chance that if the campaigns run properly, that a Republican candidate can win the popular vote because they have an overwhelming amount of independents in these polls that are supporting them. And what happened in 2024, Donald Trump really made history and did what a lot of people thought was nearly impossible and won the popular vote in the 2024 election. And it's because of sentiments and polling and the feeling like this, where you mentioned, you have these women online. Donald Trump said not to do something, so they do it, even if it's bad for them, and we shame them and we make fun of them and point this out and through humor, right, point out just how ridiculous this is. How do you explain that to a child? How do you explain that to not even a space alien, but like somebody from another country? They'd be like, why is your left like this? And I'm, because they just don't like one person, and whatever that one person says to do, they say the opposite. I think I touched on this yesterday. It's one of my favorite movies is Pirates of the Caribbean. And, in this part of the movie where they're by the cave, it says, I know why we're here, but why aren't we doing what Mr. Sparrow said with the cannons? And, the Commodore says, because it was Mr. Sparrow who said it. The fact of the matter is here, I know it's a pirate movie. What can you actually glean from it? But like, this is the same thing. Like, why why are we eating Tylenol? Well, because Donald Trump said not to. He didn't even say not to take it. He just said to avoid it if you can while you're pregnant, and don't give it to your kids. And they're like, well, I'll show him. When your kid comes out with 3 heads, you're going to wonder what the hell happened. It's because you decided you were going to eat acetaminophen like it was candy. Crazy.
And it doesn't make any sense because, like I said, it's just to be against him. It's not because they have an issue with big pharmaceutical companies or anything like that, or, and
right.
I've seen it. I've seen people that will be so careful. I mean, they'll literally only fly to California to get organic goji berries because they're pregnant and they don't want to give the baby anything processed. And it's insane to me when you are super careful about what you put into your body, but your hatred for Donald Trump is so bad. Like I said, you're going to turn on the camera and you're going to take a video of yourself popping a bunch of Tylenols to prove that you know better and Donald Trump is an idiot and he has no idea. I'm just curious as to why we didn't see more people drinking, maybe Clorox or antibacterial solution during COVID.
Well, we saw that woman tried to kill her husband with chloroquine phosphate, a fish tank cleaner, because Donald Trump said hydroxychloroquine, so she thought it was the same thing. And I think she got charged with attempted murder. I forget what state that was in, but she gave him fish tank cleaner and he died, right? And again, this was one of those things where it just this is crazy behavior, and I think people are starting to. They're starting to realize that. And, we said it, You live by TDS, obviously, rhetorically speaking, you die by TDS. There's some more stuff with this poll. There's a lot of other splits in this poll that we'll get to when we come back. And again, as I mentioned, the Democrats are having a hard time treading water here. Hakeem Jeffries, Dollar Store Obama, CNN, Harry Enton, all these people are showing the Democrats right now, hey, your polling ain't very good. And it's not as easy as just pointing at Donald Trump and saying, well, don't worry about what we're for because we're against that. A majority now of Americans want to see, hey, this is his last term. Let's see if these ideas that he's talking about are going to work. And if they don't, we'll give you the support. But we will get to all of that and more when we come back here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Sean Farish, Esty Palti with you till 10 o'clock. We're back to wrap up hour 1 right after this.
At Horizon Heating and Cooling, we know the holidays bring joy, laughter, and lots of people messing with the thermostat. Uncle Steve visiting from out west wants the heat cranked way up, and all the roughhousing little cousins want it Arctic. Horizon will keep your HVAC system running strong all season long with expert installation and same-day emergency service. And right now, get up to $5,000 off a new HVAC system install, plus flexible financing available on installs and major repairs. Book horizonservices.com today.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Let me tell you about my friends at United Tire and Service. United Tire wants to wish you and your family a Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. If you need quick travel preparations, now is the time to save and make sure your car is ready for winter driving. United Tire has some of the best prices of the year, and when you buy 2 or more tires, you'll get $50 off any other service that your car needs. Happy holidays from United Tire and Service. And remember, don't drive alone, drive United. Visit UnitedTire.com.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com. Auto repair bills are through the roof. $3,000 to replace the transmission. $4,000 for a blown engine. And if your manufacturer's warranty is expired, you'll have to cover it all out of pocket. You need an Endurance Auto Protection Plan. No matter what the mileage, if your car is under 20 years old, Endurance can get you covered on the engine, electrical system, transmission, AC, drivetrain, and more. Endurance has plans for any budget. Repairs can be done at the certified mechanic of your choice, and they're paid directly with no middleman. Plans cover 24/7 roadside assistance, towing, battery jumps, fuel deliveries, tire changes, lockout services, and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Act now and get our elite benefits, including complete tire care and key fob replacement. A $2,000 value at no extra cost. With Endurance, you could never pay for covered auto repairs again, so call now for your free quote. Call 800-458-3124. 800-458-3124. 800-458-3124.
Fall means football, and the ultimate game plan starts in your kitchen. At D&K Appliances, we carry winning brands like GE, Bosch, Wolf, and Sub-Zero. So whether it's game day grilling, chilling drinks, or post-game cleanup, we've got you covered. Family owned with personalized service. D&K Appliances delivers, installs, and supports every play. Visit our showrooms in Newtown Square or Flowertown, or online at dkappliances.com. D&K Appliances, the dependable difference.
Hey,
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
Great news, Nick. Legacy boxes are still in stock. With Christmas just around the corner, there's still time to buy the best Christmas gift ever. Legacy Box.
That's right, Adam. Order today and Legacy Box ships immediately. It'll arrive ready to wrap and place under the tree.
Gather the family together this Christmas and collect all your old VHS and camcorder tapes, slides, pictures, and film reels. Then you can binge on the good old days.
From fading over time to risks like fire and water damage, your memories aren't protected unless they're on a digital format. Legacy Box helps you replay those great moments from the past, from Christmas morning to your wedding day.
Legacy Box is the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos. All the work is done right here in the USA, and over 1 million customers have trusted Legacy Box.
This Christmas is the time to digitize. Visit legacybox.com/value for exclusive holiday savings. That's legacybox.com/value for last-minute shopping. legacybox.com/value.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
.6:43 in the morning here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, also live on YouTube at youtube.com/1210 WPHT. Sean Farish and Esty Palti with you on this Christmas Eve. Festivus, as they call it. It's a Festivus for the rest of us. And we are talking about what the Democrats live by TDS. They die by TDS, rhetorically, politically speaking, obviously not physical. Nobody's calling for violence here. This Harvard-Harris poll found that 60% of Americans believe the Democrats should just give Trump's policies a chance. Take a wait-and-see attitude versus just what they've been doing really for the last decade. Everything that Donald Trump does, oppose. Now, this worked in 2018. Donald Trump was still new. He was viewed as a radical. He was, he did not win the popular vote. He did win the Electoral College, that shock 2016 election win. They painted him as somebody with ties to Russia, that Vladimir Putin and the Kremlin influenced the election, which was a load of garbage. But the American people kind of saw that and thought it was so improbable that Donald Trump won that 2016 election that maybe something like that was possible. And so we're going to stand in the way of this illegitimate president. And then, 2020 happened and they painted Trump as an election denier. And Joe Biden was president for 4 years and things didn't get better, right? They didn't build back better, as the slogan was. And so now Americans came back to Donald Trump and said, we support you. Please get this on the right track. And all the Democrats have done is deny Trump his mandate to govern. And it looks like the American people here with this poll are saying, look, give it a chance. If it doesn't work, okay, you'll be right, but you got to give it a shot. And the Democrats just can't find it within themselves to do that. This poll also examined Trump's approval ratings on a variety of issues and found him performing the strongest on fighting crime in America's cities. One of the issues here that I always say to people all the time, you want to find common ground with somebody on the left. You're never going to find that common ground with like a radical whose minds are so made up and dug into their radical positions, right? As Esty said last segment, once you trans your kid, there's no like coming back from that, right? But you could find people on the left who may think that what Donald Trump does is a little, the way he speaks and maybe some of his policies are a little too, quote unquote extreme or radical for them. But if you sit there and you ask them and you say, hey, do you want to live in a safe community or an unsafe community? They're going to tell you, I want to live in a safe community, right? Nobody voluntarily moves into a community that is unsafe because it's unsafe, right? No one's like, hey, I'm going to go live in Memphis, Tennessee. It's a violent place. It's an unsafe place. I'm going to go there simply because it's unsafe. Maybe things are more affordable. Maybe there's a job and there's another reason why you're moving into an unsafe neighborhood. But nobody moves into the unsafe neighborhood because they want to live in an unsafe neighborhood, right? That's the point. And crime, fighting crime, which was what the focus was at the beginning of the government shutdown in October. And then the message drifted away from that. It was healthcare and it was people not being paid and all of this with the shutdown. Fighting crime is one of Donald Trump's strongest issues right now, 51% approving. His second highest approval rating, coming in at 50%, is on the issue of returning America to its values. Immigration follows with 49% approval of his handling of this specific issue, and another 48% approve of his handling of reducing the cost of government, up 3 points from last month, followed by 45% who approve of what Trump is doing with the government, 45% who approve of his handling of foreign affairs. So a lot of those approval ratings there with this Harvard-Harris poll sitting right at 50%. An Insider Advantage poll, which does tend to lean to the right, found Donald Trump's approval rating sitting right at 50%. The Democrats' approval rating, because of all those factors that we just mentioned, is not at 50%. Wait until we play this. This is Hakeem Jeffries being given some pretty bad news that the Democrats' approval rating in Congress is not high. You can't just point at Donald Trump and say, he's evil, he's terrible, we're opposing him. Phil, let's roll this clip of Hakeem Jeffries reacting to the 18% approval rating that the Democrats have right now.
Actually, the Democrats in recent polls are actually faring worse than the Republicans. Take a look at a Quinnipiac poll out just this week. Shows the Democrats have their lowest approval rating in the poll's 15-year history. Only 18% give Democrats a high approval rating in the handling of the economy. Only 18%, 73% disapproval. What are you doing wrong?
Well, clearly that's an outlier poll.
Clearly it's an outlier. I mean, how about that, right? It's like you're given the data, right? And it's like, well, clearly that's
you inverted
nonsense.
the numbers, Donald. You inverted the numbers. That's an 81 approval rating. Thank you very much.
No, we didn't do that. No, nobody approves of your nonsense, right? Nobody approves of that. You know, you look at it. It's 18%.
Why
That's
does
the lowest
Jeffries
anybody's.
look like Frankenstein? What happened to that? Can you roll that again?
What did he do?
He looks like Frankenstein. Did you see his face when he was asked?
He looks like Frankenstein. They call him Brooklyn's Barack, and he's a nasty person and, quite frankly, a stupid person.
That was a good one, Don. That was a good. I'm gonna use that one when I see Jeffries.
Dollar Store Obama, and he has a very small teepee. I have a huge teepee. They call him Chief Tiny Teepee. Think about it.
So he's Timu Barack.
Timu Barack, China Barack, Brooklyn's Barack, and a very stupid person. So an 18% approval poll, 18% approval rating in a poll. And Hakeem Jeffries just laughs it off and says, yeah, well, it's not real. I mean, this is how out of touch Democrats are, right? This is that you present them with data and they go, well, that's not real. Next, well, the next poll that you could look at from them is like 30%, you know, it's so bad. It's so bad. So, this is CNN's Harry Enton. He's their polling guy. And he went through the same poll that Hakeem Jeffries just called an outlier. Harry Enton is one of these guys on CNN. He just kind of gives you the numbers. He gives you the facts and, and pulls really no punches. If I were to put a finger on where I think he leans politically, I would say he probably leans to the left, but I don't think he's a radical in any stretch of the imagination. And I certainly believe when numbers are in front of him, he just gives you the numbers straight up. He reacted to the exact same poll on CNN. Let's roll this clip from Harry Enton.
What about Democrats on Democrats? Democrats' net approval rating of congressional Democrats. I want you to keep in mind, they had never rated Democrats negatively until this year. And right now, what are we talking about? We're talking about a net approval rating from Democrats. This is Democrats on Democrats. Their approval rating is actually lower than the disapproval rating, and that is quite the drop from October. I think during the shutdown, there was a bit of a boost for Democrats, right? There was a rallying around the flag effect going on. But Democrats did not like how that shutdown turned out. They have returned against Democrats in Congress. And you mentioned Dan Goldman in that intro. One of the reasons that Dan Goldman is in trouble right now in a potential primary against Brad Ladner is because at this point the Democratic base is so upset with Democrats.
I mean, look at that. So in October, leading into those November elections, Democrats loved Democrats to a tune of a 22-point margin. Now they're 6 points underwater with their own voters. That's a problem.
Wow. Yep.
That's a problem. And what do you think now? You have their voters, they're rolling into, the midterms. They're not satisfied with the current direction of their party. This breeds an environment, I think, that's going to lead to primary challenges and a very messy lead up into having their nominees, on the ballot intact come 2026. But Hakeem Jeffries wants you to believe that it's just an outlier. And this is the problem. It's the Democrats' inability. It's their inability to accept that they're making a mistake. They look at this and say, there's no possible way that they're making this mistake. There's no possible way that they're wrong. They know better than you. And frankly, it is that holier than thou, that, they know everything and everybody else is wrong attitude that could potentially spell trouble for them come 2026. I mean, you see this all the time in New York, right? Zohran Mamdani and his supporters, they believe what they're going to do is working, right? I mean, I'm sure you've experienced it. Are you feeling the same way kind of going into 26? You think the Democrats may be in a little bit of trouble?
I really do. Look, just like how you said that, for Republicans, it's kind of like, listen, we're losing our main cheerleader. There might not be as much involvement, as much excitement, and we need to rally behind somebody and definitely be just as excited as if Donald Trump is still in the race. Now, for the Democrats, I think things are getting messy. I hear a conflicted difference of opinion when it comes to with respect to Mamdani. The radical left, for example, they are sticking to their guns like, nope, he's going to be amazing for New York. I don't care. If you double the congestion rate for New Yorkers that are that liberal, they will thank you for it. I've seen it myself in New York City where, when you talk to a fellow New Yorker and you're just like, don't you want to pay less? Don't you think we should be like this? Don't you want safety? And some of them, the ones that are, I like to call them like the white liberal cancer of the world, no matter what you say, no matter how you say it, some of them will actually sit there because they're gluttons for punishment and say, no, I absolutely don't mind paying this much tax. No, I don't mind. No, because the city's this and the city's that. And I'm just like, well, you make no sense. You're just thanking people for this ridiculous tax rate. And the city looks like it's on fire. It looks like Gotham City. Well, it's not clean. It's out of control how expensive it is. Speed cameras, everything is like, the subway system. Don't get me started on that. But then there are some people that voted for Mamdani and they're already not liking certain things about when he's, talking to the press. Yesterday, there was a charter school discussion where he made promises during the campaign that he was going to go ahead and open and help fund and open 19 charter schools for very, very low income areas. Yesterday, when that conversation was brought up again, apparently he completely dismissed it. Now, allegedly, he said, we do want to go ahead and help these economies. These low income neighborhoods. However, we need to focus on the tasks at hand. And he speaks like Obama. He reminds me of Obama 2.0. And he goes, we have to focus on the tasks at hand. So we're not going to be doing that at this time. Also known as, I ran on that promise just to get your vote. I don't have time or patience for that or money. So we're going to just put this to the side and I'm going to pretend like I was nice guy. So there's definitely fatigue around it. And I've spoken to people that have literally said I don't know, this guy is out here on TV talking about I'm collecting money for the transition period. The people that he's electing, we touched on it yesterday's segment. One of them has this ridiculous record of anti-Semitism. And I see it, every single person that he's picking, these are not winners. So we, again, have this split down the middle. I've seen it and I've spoken to the Democrats. They're super excited about Mamdani. And then I speak to the immigrant side of things where I've spoken actually to, I was doing an ad for Kalshi. And I spoke to this police officer. It was right before the election. And he actually told me, listen, I love that I have a South Asian that I can vote in for mayor. We need that representation. I am actually really excited and proud. But as a cop, he said, this is kind of probably bad for me. And I said to him, so hold on a second. You're forced to pick between your race and your livelihood. For whatever reason, the race, I understand the representation. I really do. You want to be represented. Sure. You feel like that person understands you, your problems, your values. I totally get it. However, I don't think that is a just reason to vote someone into office And I think that all the reasons that someone like Mamdani, for example, was selected was not based on campaign. It was based on his age, his, the smile, the way that they propped him up. He ran a fantastic campaign. I'll give him that much. These liberals were volunteering left and right to get him voted in. Like you said, that excitement, they had it for him. They really had it. But right now we're seeing that little, the slip. Let's see if Mamdani is about it. Let's see if he's actually going to be able. I mean, me and you know that there's nothing free in this world. Me and you know that all these promises of what he's promising it's not going to work. Not only is it not going to work, it's going to fail miserably. We know this. Right. And I don't want to be that person that has CDS. You know what I mean? I live in New York. I don't want to see the plane crash. You know what I mean? I'm not going to sit here trying to choke out the pilot while he's trying to land the plane, because that's what the left does to Donald Trump, right? The Democrats want to do everything in their power to hurt him while he's leading the city. Why not give him a chance? Why not let him try? Because if he fails, we all struggle together. This is something that they've never been able to grasp. You're not supposed to wish for your own team's quarterback to fail. So when it comes to Mamdani, I don't want to see that failure, but me and you both know the policy so far, what he's saying, the free buses, the free city grocery stores, we touched on it yesterday. Once it's subsidized, it's going to turn into crap. And a lot of people right now are just like, let's wait and see. Let's wait and see to see what he does. I'm hopeful only in the aspect of like, I live here so long, I have no other thing to feel except be hopeful, because it can't get any worse than it's been. It really can't. Adams was okay. I feel like he was just like a little buffer after de Blasio and after that entire mess. But the damage that de Blasio caused, if I'm being honest, we're still feeling it. We're still struggling, especially the fact that there's crime all over the streets and the cops have fatigue because they're like, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to arrest the guy, go through the paperwork, put him into prison or jail, I should say. And then he's released the next day with a free Metro card and I have to do it all over again. Like, they kind of just turn a blind eye because it's easier to go ahead and finish out your workday than to actually deal with the lunacy of trying to make sense of arresting a criminal and letting him go the very next day.
Yeah, and it's insensitive. No, it's good. It's insensitive. It's inequitable to arrest criminals and to enforce the law. And again, their main MO, their main modus operandi is Donald Trump says it, we're against it. And as we see, and as we're talking about now, a majority of Americans do not want the Democrats to take that approach. So one could theorize that if that is the platform that they take going into the 2026 midterms, that may not be a winning message for them. That may be a message that causes more people to vote against them or stay home. They're saying, look, give the guy a chance. We voted for the things that he said he wanted to do with the border, with the economy, tariffs, etc. Give it a shot and help him succeed. Because if we win, we all win together. But like you said, if we lose, we all lose together. We'll be back with more as we kick off hour 2. More polling. This is from Turning Point USA's America Fest regarding immigration. We're back with more of that as we roll on here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Sean Farish, Esti Palti here with you till 10 o'clock. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-352-9239. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-352-9239. 800-352-9239 or biglou.com.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. When I'm on the field, I'm always looking for a window of opportunity. If you're looking for a window of opportunity to replace windows in your home, now's the time.
This December, Window Nation puts an end to your window problems. You'll save big too with 50% off all window styles. Plus, you can can get zero interest for 5 years. Hurry, this sale ends soon. So schedule your free estimate right now at windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Visit windownation.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
Take your holiday green bean casserole from bland to brilliant with Hatfield Classic Cut Bacon. Start with your traditional casserole recipe. Then add a generous layer of crispy chopped Hatfield bacon on top. The rich, smoky flavor takes this holiday classic from side dish to showstopper. Your guests will savor the upgrade and return for seconds and even thirds. More holiday recipe inspiration awaits at simplyhatfield.com. Hatfield, better care, better pork, better holidays.
Hey, this is Larry Steiners with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. When I'm on the field, I'm always looking for a window of opportunity. If you're looking for a window of opportunity to replace windows in your home, now's the time.
This December, Window Nation puts an end to your window problems. You'll save big, too, with 50% off all window styles. Plus, you can get zero interest for 5 years. Hurry, this sale ends soon, so schedule your free estimate right now at windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Visit windownation.com.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Welcome back. Hour 2 now officially underway here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. 7:04 on this Festivus morning. Sean Farish and Esty Palti with you until 10 o'clock. This portion of the show brought to you by First Harvest Credit Union. Harvest the rewards of smart banking at First Harvest Credit Union. Open a growth checking account and earn as high as 2% annual percentage yield while enjoying flexible access to funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth checking for details. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA. firstharvestcu.com. We thank First Harvest being a part of the show. And on we go here into hour 2, talking about some polling and some interesting data that the Democrats may not be excited about. We played Hakeem Jeffries calling that approval rating of 18%, that Democrat congressional approval rating of 18%, an outlier because he didn't like the result. Turning Point USA's America Fest, which we touched on yesterday, a lot of drama. There was a lot of a lot of hoopla around Nicki Minaj coming out on stage, and JD Vance came out, say you don't have to apologize for being white anymore. He won the straw poll regarding who the attendees of America Fest want to see be the next Republican nominee for president. I think he got like 85% or so of that poll. But this is another one. Turning Point USA America Fest, and it's very important because these polls, again, just like the Democrats should be paying attention to what their base is saying. Republicans better look at what the future of the party is saying, and that is why Turning Point USA, that movement and that entire convention take the drama, put it aside. There are a lot of things that the Republican Party nationally should be looking at regarding what these attendees said and what they want. The straw poll found that 9 out of 10 attendees at Turning Point USA's America Fest said they want to halt all immigration, both illegal and legal, into the United States. Is this a function of the pendulum swinging violently back in the other direction, where we went from open borders, everybody can come in? The moderate position is, let's do something about the illegal immigration, but let the legal immigration continue. And then you have all the way on the other side, the polar opposite of open borders is, well, nobody can come in right now because we're full. And there's an argument to be made that maybe those folks, at least right now, who believe the United States is at capacity because of the fact that there's 20 or 30 or 40 million illegal aliens in this country, that the United States is full and that we can't take on any other people right now, even if they are coming in legally, because we just don't have the space. And so I don't want this to become a conversation about, are we pro or anti-immigrant? More or less, can we fit them? That's the question. If somebody wants to come in legally, I don't have an issue. You follow the law, but is there a bed? Is there a room in the hotel known as the United States of America, right? If you walk into a Hilton and you beg and you plead and you say, I need a place to sleep, and they tell you, sir, ma'am, there's no rooms. I have nowhere to put you. You're SOL. You're back on the street. You're looking for another place to go, right? So is that where we are, do you think? Is that where we are right now with regards to immigration?
Listen, I mean, it's a common sense response. We have open borders for the longest time. All we did is see these massive caravans. Is probably the most helpless feeling, seeing this like huge herds of people just canvassing into the country. And I think that that number 9 out of 10 comes from the frustration of the true American citizen, kind of getting forgotten. At the end of the day, it's constantly been about the Biden-Harris administration at least made it like that. It's like, we're taking care of the criminals, we're taking care of the people that are coming into our country illegally, and even if they are coming in legally, as somebody that is pro legal immigration, and you said it right, you shouldn't make an argument about are you anti or pro immigration. It's not about that. Look at Poland. Have you ever seen the president of Poland talk about this? Okay, people might not, and that might not be the best example. I'm not going to get into the type of people that he wants to only be in Poland. I know that there's I don't know if you know this, there's like a lot of skinheads in Poland, a lot.
Yeah, I did hear that.
And the reason for that is because they're very like, we need our own and our own only. Now, that's not the reason why we're such a successful country with absolutely zero terrorism. They have zero terrorism because the president of Poland is really, really, like, he is not shameful about it. He's proud of it. And he says, this is why I was put into power. These people voted me in so that we can keep Polish people safe. We are not going to allow anything that is going to cause any kind of disturbance for our own Polish citizens. While that might be an extreme take, why not for America for a little while? Just for a little while. Americans are tired, Sean. They're tired. We work so hard across the board. It's been very, very tiring since that escalator ride down. I think we've really gone through some serious turmoil as a nation, and inflation has only gotten worse. Meaning, like, increasingly, like, things are getting more and more expensive, obviously. People are really struggling, and a lot of people are just like, I'm tired. Why are we always talking about who we're supposed to help? If you think about it, the conversation is always kind of circulating around, do it the legal way. There's legal immigrants that are on the list. They're waiting. They're in line. You can't just go ahead and cut the line. And then there's an argument for the migrants saying, well, they have no choice. They're not safe. They literally escape death and famine and poverty. They're escaping wars to come here. It's about survival. Where in those two categories are we talking about the American citizen anymore? When is the last
That's a
time
great
somebody
question.
talked about good old? It's insane. All I hear about, no, it's legal. I stand with ICE. I stand with legal immigrants. I don't think we should have migrants. Migrants are doing this, and then you have the liberals going out of their way to stop, fans to stop bands of ICE, trying to do their jobs, and you have them throwing their bodies in the street and saying, "No, take me instead." You have to take a step back and look at like, holy crap, did you guys as a country forget like about yourselves, how you should be eating too? And I'm not saying this in a selfish way. It's like not one liberal, it didn't cross their mind to stop virtue signaling for a second. And maybe where's that energy for a homeless person? Where's that energy for a freaking American vet? Where's that energy when you're actually protesting for children's rights here to stop being trafficked or whatever it is? Where did the energy go for the real, true American need for survival? Why has it always been like us as a nation? We're virtue signaling now. We have way too much foreign involvement that we're always freaking obsessed with and worried about. We're always talking about legal and illegal immigration. And there are very few people that do make the argument for, let's take care of our veterans. Let's take care of this. I'm sure somebody will come out and say, well, Trump's doing this for them. Trump's doing that for them. It's exhausting. I'm fatigued around this conversation because we need to start thinking about the American more. Maybe we need to have a more of a selfish approach. I'm one of those people that can tell you right now, I firmly agree. I absolutely agree. Like when terrorism is on the rise, Trump stops immigration from certain countries. From certain countries, he literally stops it and goes, we're not doing it. Sorry. And not a lot of presidents have the backbone to do that because it's so Islamophobic, depending on what we're talking about, which country and what kind of people he's referring to. But that's the way it's supposed to be. And maybe we need to stop being like, hey, we're great. We're such a great country. Come here. We're going to help. Let's help ourselves. Let's help ourselves. Let's help each other. It is mind-boggling to me that we had at last year, there was a time where Newsom cleaned up the streets. Apparently it is possible to clean up homelessness. And he did it for the president of China's visit. So let me get this straight. We held him accountable for a couple of days in the press, called him an a-hole behind his back, and then it's just back to where it's at. And it's like, oh, he's going to run for re-election. When did we get here? When did we get here as a nation where things are just glossed over? De Blasio left office and there's $70 million missing. And it's like his wife was in charge of it, or it was $80 million. And it's like it just got glossed over. Nancy Pelosi's doing better than the Dow Jones. It's okay. We have legal and illegal migrants to worry about. No. When are we going to actually start fixing the problems in this country that are taking money out of our pockets, the American taxpayer? And I'm not talking about immigration. Maybe pause those programs for a little while. And if you can't, because it's probably not sustainable to do that. I spoke too soon. It's probably not sustainable, and those people need the funds. But at this point, we're giving away so much. Look at your own country's debt for a change. Our debt is growing to try to fix some of these problems that we've had in the past few decades. Maybe it's time to take a step back and say, hey, I'm so glad you want to play at recess. I'm so happy that I'm always picked for dodgeball. I'm so happy that you guys always want to be an America's team. But you know what? I'm injured. I need to go and heal so that I could be the best damn athlete, like on the court. And I hope that analogy makes sense. But at the end of the day, it does. America just gets beat down and beat down and beat down. We're turning into a third world country. Who's going to import us? Where are we running to when things are going to get so bad over here? Where are we going? We're not going nowhere because this is as good as it gets. So why ruin it to help everybody else? That I'm not sleeping, not eating, giving everything away to her children, depleting herself. And then when she ends up dead and she's on the deathbed to her kids, like, oh, I should have taken better care of myself. And they're like, why didn't you? Because I was pouring it all back into you guys. No, it can't be that way. There has to, something's got to give, Sean. Like, I know I'm not the only person that thinks it. Maybe, we can articulate it in a way where we agree, but it's crazy.
No, you're not the only person who thinks that, and that's why 9 out of 10 attendees. And remember, these are young conservatives that are at this Turning Point conference. This is the future of the Republican Party, the future of the MAGA movement, the America First movement, and they don't want to see they don't want to see our country taking in any more people from other countries. It doesn't matter where they're from. People will say, "Oh, you're racist against brown people from third world countries." No, this poll was about all immigration from anywhere. You can come from Norway, you can come from Denmark, you can come from Poland, you can come from Sweden. And by the way, Poland, you mentioned Poland in the beginning there. You can look at a map of Europe of the terror attacks, and there's a nice little outline that perfectly outlines the border of Poland over there in Europe. And that's because they don't just let people pour into their country. It's very hard to immigrate into Poland, right? So it should look, as you mentioned, we are the best that you can get. This is the best country in the world. It should not be, one of the barriers to entry of of a high class steakhouse, right, is the cost, because you're going to a place where the quality of service, the quality of food, the atmosphere, the building itself, it's upscale, it's nicer. You get what you pay for. You don't see random people with not a lot of money eating at Michael Jordan Steakhouse in New York City where you're paying $150 for a ribeye, right? You don't see that happening because there is a barrier to entry. I mean, a little bit of a lesser example, but I mean, even a place like Sam's Club or Costco Wholesale, right? I mean, you have to buy permission to get in there. The clientele inside of a Costco, for example, is different than the clientele inside of a Walmart. And this is, I'm not saying that about a particular race. That's the dynamic. You have got to be able to, if you want to come to this country, you need to earn it. It is not our job to just open the gates, open our arms, open the door and say, hey, no matter where you're coming from, no matter what you want to do, we'll take you in. And the left loves to say this, the Statue of Liberty says the Statue of Liberty is a statue. It is not legally binding. It is not a legal document. This give me your tired and your poor and your huddled masses that shows up nowhere in the Constitution. I love the idea of helping people. I think it's great. I would love to help the whole world, but we can't. And it's not our job. The United States of America exists for the purpose of helping American citizens. And if you'd like to come here and you'd like to become an American citizen and you'd like to contribute value and you'd like to contribute to this country's well-being and advance this country's position on the world stage, whatever you want to do, whether you're in the medical field, you're in the astronomy field, you're in the energy field, you're in anything, you want to come in here and you want to provide value to this country, even athletes. You have these Japanese athletes coming in there playing Major League Baseball. They bring something to the sport. They bring something to the country. They earn their way in here, but you can't just open up the gates. You can't just give a carte blanche invitation to anybody and everybody to come into the United States, even if it is legally, especially after you just had the border thrown wide open and 10, 20, 30 million people just poured in. A, there's no room. B, there's no way you can vet those people. C, we can't even take care of ourselves. How exactly?
Why are we still allocating money? Like you're allocating money for these people, and it's wild because, like I said, again, you are neglecting the people that are currently here. You're neglecting your own citizen. You're neglecting the people that help this country. It breaks my heart when I see a veteran. Indeed, it really does. That bothers me more than anything, and I think that's something that's not spoken about. Homelessness has always been a problem, and it's going to be a problem. But the audacity of us as a country to kind of treat them like scraps, and they've really been one of those ignored. And I know there's so many different wonderful, amazing programs to help our veterans, but it's not enough. It's not enough. In some countries, the way that they're carried like on a pedestal, the amount of respect, because listen, at the end of the day, it's thanks to them you have these liberties and these freedoms. And I remember it's because of the shame too. It's almost like it's an expectation for Americans to, open their arms. And that's what bothers me. It's like, open your homes, open your arms to us, open this, open that. I get it that there are success stories of people that escaped war and poverty and came here and became engineers and pilots, and it's beautiful, and they make movies out of it. I love all of that. Don't get me wrong. It actually shows and underlines us as the beautiful nation that we are. But take the shame out of it for a second and stop shaming a country that is genuinely struggling. And I say that like to everybody. It's not okay anymore. Americans need help. America is in trouble. We have obesity problems. We have literacy problems. We're not the best of the best anymore. And we haven't been for a long time because we're depleting ourselves in order to give back, in order to help others. And still, imagine, Sean, how amazing we are as Americans. Despite being in trouble and despite all these problems we can sit here and discuss all day long, we're still the best. Everybody wants to come here. I don't see a line to try to get in anywhere else. And I remember that reporter who was talking to the president of Poland, and she asked him, all these countries have all these refugees that they took in. How many refugees have you taken in? And he looked so proud. He's like, 0. And she's like, you're proud of that. Like, you're good with that, because think about what we're conditioned to. What are we conditioned to? Where they put politicians, they squeeze them between a corner, like, a rock and a hard place, and they say, hey, how many of you helped? This guy helped, 500,000. He actually did the opposite. He kind of did a Donald Trump when they asked him about, do you use that tax code? And he's like, of course I do. Of course I do. When Hillary thought she's going to have a gotcha moment, he's like,
right.
Absolutely, I take advantage of it. So he did the same thing. He was like, 0 refugees. And she's like, you're proud of that? He's like, yeah. Hell yeah, I'm proud of that. We have had no terrorist attacks. My people are happy. My country's safe. I win, you lose. Next question. And that's more of the attitude that I think we need to adopt.
I agree. I think we need to adopt that. And 90%, of course, of Turning Point USA attendees feel the same way. We'll have more on that conversation when we return as we go midway through hour 2 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. On this Festivus, it's Sean Farish and Esty Palti with you until 10 o'clock. We're back after this.
I'm Joanne Small-Canella, president of Crash Proof Retirement. It's a fact that too many Americans in or near retirement put off long-term care planning because they think that the coverage is too expensive. A study by the Kaiser Family Foundation revealed that 87% of adults believe long-term care protection is unaffordable, and only 15% have secured coverage. But this week's expert report explains why avoiding the conversation about long-term care can end up being far more costly than facing it. Government data shows that out of 61 million Americans aged 65 and older, 43 million Americans will need some form of long-term care for 3 years or more. Now, according to Genworth, the average cost of a private room in a nursing home in Pennsylvania exceeds $155,000 per year, while in-home care can cost more than $77,000 a year. But a simple, no-cost conversation with a retirement phase expert can eliminate the threat of long-term care expenses eroding your nest egg. Now, if you're between the ages of 55 and 80, you automatically qualify for long-term care protection, even if you've been turned down previously. If you choose to protect yourself with $100,000 or more in long-term care protection, your benefits could grow as much as 3 to 4 times its original value when care is needed. Now, you've heard how avoiding the conversation about long-term care could cost you your nest egg, but starting the conversation about securing long-term care protection costs you nothing. Call 800-722-9728 or visit crashproofretirement.com to schedule an appointment with a licensed retirement phase expert free of charge and learn how to eliminate the threat of long-term care expenses eroding your nest egg today.
B101 is spreading holiday cheer throughout Philly. Tune in for the soundtrack to your Christmas season, featuring all the holiday songs you love. Christmas music all day, every day, only on B101, Philly's official Christmas station.
What's up? It's Draymond Green. I'm back for my 14th NBA season, and my podcast, The Draymond Green Show, is back too. This season, I'm breaking down games, reacting to the biggest NBA stories, and sitting down with teammates, rivals, and culture shapers. And trust me, I'm not holding back, on the court or on the mic. 2 new episodes every week, new segments, big conversations, real basketball talk for the real hoop heads. Listen to and follow The Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcasts. We're back, we're better, let's get it.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
$7:25 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. On this Festivus morning, it's a Festivus for the rest of us. The airing of grievances will be later today. Rand Paul has his Festivus report, which is usually really funny. I know, say what you want about Rand Paul. He hasn't necessarily been my favorite senator as time has gone on with this administration thus far. He's kind of taken some stances I don't necessarily agree with. But he does something every year at this time, and he releases what he calls the Festivus report, which is a long list of items that the government is wasting money on that are just absurd. To the point where when Doge was a thing back at the beginning of the year, they used a lot of those reports that he produced over the last few years to find that waste, that fraud, that abuse, hundreds of thousands of dollars spent studying male pattern baldness in outer space. These are some of the things that that our government was wasting money on. Putting lizards on a treadmill and getting them drunk. I have a feeling that might have been a Kamala item, and I don't think the lizards were the one getting drunk. But you never know. Some of these
I'll have
studying.
you know that science was very important. All right, Elon Musk, he should have appreciated that more for SpaceX. He really should have. But yeah, that was my idea. I didn't get any credit for that. Thank you for announcing it on the radio.
Well, we wanted to do that. We wanted to make sure that, but it wasn't the lizards that got drunk, was it? We heard that somewhere the alcohol went down went into the wrong person. They were studying somebody else. Unless you're a lizard person, I don't know about it.
Were plastered, Donald. Trust me. All right, you weren't there. They had their fair
I get
share.
along very well with lizards, by the way. You look at the Geico gecko. He made me a tremendous deal. He said, "Sir, 15 minutes can save you 15% or more on car insurance." I said, "I want 20%."
That's a gecko, Donald. That's a gecko.
He's a lizard. It's still a lizard, but I talked to him. I said to him, "I want a 20% discount." And he said to me, "Sir, we could do 15." I said, "Well, no. We're going to do 20 or you don't have a deal." He said, "We're going to do 20. So we made a beautiful deal with the gecko. He's a tremendous lizard. We've done very well with so many
Donald,
others
teach
too.
me how to make deals. You're not running
Chameleon,
next
right?
year anyway. Teach me how to make deals, Don.
No, you're not going to make a deal. I can take you to the liquor store, though, and we can get you a beautiful deal on some vodka. Think about it. I get along very well with
All right,
Putin.
I'll
You
take
can send me a beautiful vodka. There
take
you go. There you go. Always thinking with her liver, right? We're not thinking with her liver, but she wants to be hammered all the time. There you go. There it is.
With her liver. Oh, man.
Always thinking with the liver. There it was. So we were talking about this immigration, this topic before. And I think we're on the same page here, right? Where the country's full. Okay, we've reached capacity. And we need to focus inward and not outward, right? We need to focus on the folks within our border right now that are here now. Close the doors. We're full. We can't let anybody else in. We're at capacity. How do we make the folks that are in our country right now, how do we increase their quality of life? That is who our politicians, our elected leaders, that is what our government is supposed to be doing. It's supposed to be looking at how can we improve the lives of the folks in our country right now, the American people. And there's two things that I'm thinking you can do. Okay. Number one, you mentioned foreign involvement, all this money going all around the world. But we should probably stop that, because if there's a homeless veteran, as you mentioned, if there's a homeless veteran on the streets looking for a meal and looking for a warm bed, I don't want to send a dollar to any other foreign country until that problem is solved. We owe that to them. They should be put first. That's number one. Number two, you mentioned at the end of last segment, right, that we don't have the resources to accommodate the world's people right now. We barely have the resources to accommodate our own people. And so if that is the case, well, maybe we should get rid of the 10, 20, 30, 40 million people that are in this country that shouldn't be here in the first place, that are taking those resources. And some of whom, may not be doing so maliciously, but indirectly are doing so at the expense of the American taxpayer, whether it's housing, whether it's food, whether it's transportation, whether it's healthcare, hospitals, etc. We don't have the capability right now to accommodate our own population, let alone immigrants and rejects from the rest of the world and these other countries' populations. Where is it? And this is one of my favorite things, right? They mentioned seeking asylum, right? So you're fleeing a country, political persecution, and you come to the United States. You come here illegally, and then you seek asylum. You say, I'm fleeing hostilities from my other country. Where is it? Find me in the United States Constitution, find me in any of our founding documents or any of our laws right now where it explicitly states that it is the responsibility of the United States to provide a safe haven for asylum seekers around the world. You won't be able to find it because that doesn't exist. what they'll tell you at the globalist level, right? The UN and Human Rights Council and all of this and international law is that, well, asylum seeking is a human right. They tell you that human beings have the right to flee political persecution. Fine. If you're being politically persecuted in your country, fine, flee it. But we do not have the obligation to be the ones that fix your problems. We just don't,
There
And
are literally other countries that can take them in. That's why,
Right.
who volunteered America to be the end all be all? Yeah, they're great. But if you are fleeing, you're absolutely right. Like, I love it how the first thought in everyone's mind is, oh, America. And the reason why it's America is because of the easy loopholes to exploit. It's so easy. It's so easy. All you have to do is fill out a few forms and you're getting a monthly reoccurring, check without having to work for it. What other country gives a sweet deal like that? Whether it's
where's my check? Where's your check? Right?
Exactly. I'm like,
And
yo,
I'm not
what's
asking.
going on?
I'm not
I got
asking
no
for
check.
handouts. I don't want the government to be funding my lifestyle. But if you're going to give it to them, you should give it to your own people.
100%.
The
And
hell with
it's funny
that.
because
You
it
send me.
started out
You
with-
send me a
it
check.
started out being
You send me a
helpful, but
check.
yeah.
Exactly. You send me a check, right? For $1,000 every month. I don't need it. Okay. I'm okay. I'm giving that to some veteran, but so indirectly, but why the asylum seeker, whoever it is, comes into the country? Why are they being put first? I don't get it.
Why are you a priority? Why is your human right to be able to survive and to flee? Why is it, why does it have to then get thrown on my shoulders? Why is it our taxpayers' responsibility to go ahead and help you from that situation? Nobody helped me from any situation. Nobody's aiding and abetting my paychecks to help me out. At the end of the day, you're paying taxes. You are a citizen. You're abiding the laws over here. So you kind of get the perks of being an American, correct? Why are asylum seekers coming in here like, hey, listen, I was in trouble, this, that. Listen, that's sad for you. And I sympathize with you, but how did it literally go prioritize over my own problem and my children's problems? And why are we eating less so that you can eat more? It doesn't make any sense to me. At the end of the day, there has to be some kind of level of respect for our own citizen. And we no longer have that. It's almost not only expected, it's demanded. And it's become,
Yes.
this was very, very, very helpful for people, and it saved lives, and it was great, and it was glorious. But like all things, all good things come to an end. Now we have the exact extreme in many situations where people that actually hate the country, death to America chanters, which there are a lot, people that hate the country will come here and exploit it for every benefit. And they've gotten actually so brazen with our freedoms of freedom of speech. For the most part, in their countries, they if they start opening their mouths about how much they have about Americans, they probably get beaten in the street or hung
Yeah.
or guillotined or whatever. But they actually come over here and they get brazen enough to be like, I can't stand this country, these roads, this, that. Now give me my check. Let me send some of it back home, and we're gonna actually plot and kill and terrorize, the citizens that are in this country. Make it make sense. You come over here with the ideology now to destroy the country. You're not actually even, over here because it's like, oh my God, it's great. Thank you so much. So we went from people that really, really genuinely needed it. Nobody's saying that they needed it more than Americans, but somehow as a nation, we decided that, hey, we are too privileged. We're better. It's okay. We can
Right.
afford it.
Right.
Let them get a chance. Fine. We did that. For how many decades? I don't even know. We did that. But now it's the literal, complete end of this other stick. And you are giving away asylum to people that not only hate us, they want to hurt us. So hold on. We're taking away from our own Americans, the ones that, want to live here and thrive and cultivate the environment here and, make the world a better place, kind of, have a sense of purpose and just be a part of the country, be a good member of society. You're giving away those rights and freedoms, and you're not pondering why these people hate us. And they want to hurt us. Some of them want to hurt us. They didn't come to this country just to cut a check. They came here to hurt us. So when is it going to be enough? When is it going to actually happen, Sean, where we actually take this question seriously? Because, 9 out of 10, TPUSA people, it's mostly conservatives that understand this problem. But what about the other side of the world? What about everyone else? How long is it going to take before we all as a country say, hey, enough is enough. Stop hurting our own. You're not welcome here anymore unless you abide by A, B, and C. You can't just say whatever. That's where it gets tricky, right, Sean? Because I myself have a problem with
Yep.
that. I will find myself saying stuff like, you can't do things like that and say things like that. And then comes, but we have freedom of speech here. They can actually say
Right.
whatever they want. And that's where it gets very tricky. And that's a human flaw that I will admit, but unfortunately, that is one of the flaws of our rights that these people bank on taking advantage of. And it's really, really sad.
Yeah, they come here knowing that there's something they can exploit, and they exploit it to the fullest. I'm not arguing ever, and I would never argue ever in getting rid of the freedom of speech. What I would say is I want to attract higher quality people, and I only want to admit the best of the best into our country. We are the best of the world, right? We are the top dog. We're the best country in the world. We should only accept the best people in the world when we bring them in here. We should not, again, you don't wind up the United States of America because you've accepted bottom of the barrel talent around the world, bringing them into the United States. It should be hard to get in here. It should be an exclusive club. And I'm sorry if that sounds elitist, but maybe we need to be elitist because we are elite. Our country is the top of.
I'm so glad that you brought that up, Sean. I'm so glad that you brought that up because one of the biggest things, and a lot of people don't want to talk about it because it sounds really mean, but I'm just like, you know what, we're already here. We need to start being elitist for, one of the biggest reasons is because a big chunk of these people, right, there's mass migration from places like Pakistan, from a lot of Muslim nations, and you have to take a look and consider their culture, how many of them intermarry. And what happens when you intermarry and there's a lot of inbreeding? We're not talking small numbers. If you look at Europe, the amount of money that they spend on those nationals that come over there with their autism programs, with all these programs,
Yeah.
we're talking billions of dollars now at this point. So how much of a civil society do you expect to have with men and women who are literally inbred, so they have lower IQ, they can't actually physically contribute or mentally contribute to society, they're going to be leeching off of people that are, and on top of that, they're dangerous, and they're going to continue reproducing. So what are you trying to do to your population? Are you trying to actually regress it? We're going to have rape become a prevalent issue every single day, just like it is in Europe right now. I don't understand how America does not look at Europe and doesn't see the window into the future. When a woman is pregnant, she runs all these tests, and one of them is the sugar test. And one day, God willing, Sean, when you and Brady decide to have a family, you're going to have to hold her hand, and she's going to have to do this crap. But you basically take this glucose test to check and see if you're possibly, gestational diabetic, because if the baby gets too big, it poses a lot of health risks. Why do I bring this up? Because doctors will give this to every single pregnant woman, this test. And I didn't gain a lot of weight during my pregnancy at all. I failed this test every single time. And the reason I failed it, I was like, doctor, I don't know what's going on. She would tell me these tests are actually like windows of the future. You have a very high prevalent, medical history of diabetes on both sides of the family. That is why you failed this test. If you're not careful today, you will be diabetic in 15, 20 years. Now, that is science. That's science. There are things you can do to prevent being sick down the line. How are people not looking at Europe with binoculars and not seeing that we are literally in their footsteps?
It's a great
heading
analogy,
that
by the
same
way.
beautiful direction. How are we not waking up and saying, ring the alarm, stop it, close the border? We can't have this. We need to make guns more available to people, because look at what just happened in Australia. This is not the way to go. This is not going to work for these people. You have low IQ people. Why are we not looking at Europe and most other places and saying, hey, we don't want a repeat of that. We cannot have that over here. Obviously, A, B, and C doesn't work. For some reason, we don't learn. For some reason, a lot of people don't want to learn and accept that. If you're going to import inbred, genuinely, I'm talking about 20, 30% of their population is inbred. These are not small numbers. You're going to import that over here. You're going to run your own country into trillions of dollars in debt to try to be able to assist those kinds of people. What's going to happen then? What's going to happen to the civilization here that can contribute to society? Are we going to continue allowing these kinds of people to regress us? It's not taken out of nowhere. Import the third world, you'll become the third world. And we cannot let America succumb to that. And they will if this continues. We absolutely will.
I agree, 100%. I couldn't have said it better. It's a great analogy. Look, you continue to do X, Y will happen. You continue to eat this way, you will become diabetic. You continue to accept the type of people into your country that Europe is accepting, you will start looking like Europe, and we do not want to look like Europe. We're going to come back and wrap up hour 2. Joe in South Philly, I see you there. Stick around. We will take your call when we get back. Kayal and Company, Sean Farish and SD Palti here with you till 10 o'clock on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We'll get to that call, and anybody else, 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Back after this.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
Gold is now over $4,300 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, the States Roadshow wants it, and they're paying top dollar on the spot. Broken chains, old rings, coins, watches, diamonds, vintage jewelry. If it's valuable, they're buying it. Just walk in, get a free appraisal, and walk out with cash in your hand. They're also buying pre-1964 silver coins, flatware, sterling silverware stamped 925, coin collections, gold, silver, foreign, and domestic. Plus, they've been in business for over 35 years with thousands of prior happy customers. Licensed, bonded, state-certified scales, highest tech equipment, employees with GIA certifications. Estates Roadshow is happening 3 days only, Sunday through Tuesday, 2 locations. Chestnut Hill at the Chestnut Hill Hotel and in Cherry Hill at TMT Cash for Gold. Gold is hotter than ever, so get yourself some cash for the holidays. Go to estatesroadshow.com. estatesroadshow.com.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal here. Piazza Mazda of Westchester and Reading invites you to the Mazda More to Move sales event. Right now, get up to $2,000 customer cash on select new Mazdas or an incredible 0.9% APR for up to 72 months on a new 2025 CX-5 or CX-50. That's more value, more flexibility, and more reasons to drive a Mazda during the More to Move sales event. Visit Piazza Mazda in Westchester or Reading or shop their extensive inventory online at piazzamazda.com. Tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Imagine actually feeling merry, bright, and genuinely healthy this holiday season. With Rescue, that feeling starts now. Going on today, the Deck the Hall sale lets you save up to 78% off on high-quality, research-backed natural supplements so you can feel your best, enjoy every festive moment. Formulas are crafted with purity, potency, and real science behind every capsule. That's why customers rely on Rescue for their essentials. Powerful omega-3s, doctor-recommended cholesterol support, gentle but effective pain relief, advanced probiotic blends, and natural age-defying formulas that help you stay vibrant from the inside out. This season, give yourself the gift of feeling good, stock up, save big, and step into the holidays with the confidence that comes from supplements made with integrity and backed by decades of results. Ordering is easy. Just go to res-q.com or call a Rescue product consultant 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, online at res-q.com for up to 78% off this holiday season.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Welcome back as we wrap up hour 2 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Let's rock and roll here. We got a couple of calls waiting. We will get to you in just a second. Before we do that, we've got to get to a word from our friends over at Tri-County Auto. It is Tri-County Auto Folks, great deals on Toyotas and Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. Stop by both dealerships. Look for the big American flag, that big, beautiful American flag, Tri-County Auto. Again, great deals on Toyotas, Chryslers, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. Check out both dealerships and look for that big, beautiful American flag. We thank you, Tri-County Auto, for being a part of the show. We got a couple of calls waiting here for us. Let's start off in South Philadelphia with Joe. Joe in South Philly. What's going on, Joe?
What's up, Sean? Good show, my brother.
Thanks so much, Joe. What's on your mind, my man?
Well, you had already said it. I'm holding on and listening to you about the where were these people that came here, 50 million, whatever, supposed to live? Where were they supposed to go?
That's the problem. And right now, so what happens is they come here. They don't have the resources to provide for themselves and to be self-sufficient. And so the government puts them in some sort of housing. And for every housing unit, for every home that is allocated and given and funded and subsidized by the government for illegal aliens or asylum seekers, whoever they are,
Right.
that is a home, that is a bed, that is a unit, that is a roof over their head that is not being given to an American veteran. And I have a huge problem with that.
That's a big problem. You're right. It's 100%. Yes, but didn't they realize this when they started it?
Yeah, of course they did. They realized it when they started. This is something that that the Democrats have been talking about for a while. And when Republicans, folks on our side of the aisle, bring it up, they say, "Oh, you believe in the Great Replacement theory." This is not a theory. This is their game plan. They've talked about this on MSNBC. Now it's called MS Now, whatever. It's a different name. Well, they call it demographic destiny. Yes, you will be replaced. We even had Yvette Clarke in Brooklyn. She's a congresswoman in Brooklyn who famously said, the illegal aliens are the reason why the population of illegal immigrants and undocumented immigrants are the reason why she has a seat in Congress. Without that,
really? That's great.
There it is. Okay. Demographic destiny. This is what they've said on these liberal networks for some time. They knew exactly what they were doing, and they know this. And this is the final thing I'll leave you with.
Yeah.
And I don't mean to do this to compare people to animals, right? But when you have a dog, a cat, a pet, and you reward that dog, cat, that pet, you reward behavior with handouts, right? So, okay, we're going to bring in these people and we're going to give you free housing. And in order for you to repay us, right, us being the Democrats, you're going to vote for us. And that's exactly what they're trying to do. They're importing voters because they don't have enough appeal with the American people.
Right, exactly.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
I think
nobody wants you to say something, but you can say something.
I'd like her to say something, yeah.
All right. So before Donald, before he took the election away from me, we did have a plan. Now, I didn't even tell Joe about this genius, but while Donald was busy playing Battleship and renaming, I studied the maps. Donald was renaming Gulf of America. Well, I was going to put all those people. I was going to put all those people into the Gulf. I mean, if you think about it, I studied the maps. If you drain the water,
you're the best.
We would have so much surface area.
How much liquor do you drink?
I'm about a half a bottle in, halfway into the show. That's pretty good.
Joe in South Philly. Thank you so much for the call. You have a Merry Christmas.
Love you, man.
All my damn life. Joe. Thank you, Joe.
Joe in South Philly. Awesome job. That was drain the water.
While you guys were talking, I'm like, what was Kamala Harris's plan? I'm like, let's think in Kamala Harris's head. I'm like, well, of course it was put them where the ocean is. I mean, she would actually attempt to try to make that make sense. It's not really that far-fetched. She'd be like, yeah, no, I did that.
I was the last in the room.
Oh my
gosh. Oh, did we dodge a bullet? Let's go to Charlie in Philadelphia. What's up, Charlie?
Hi, how you doing? My ancestors came over here in 1700 something. They were glass blowers from Germany. They settled Glassboro, New Jersey, as a matter of fact, and they blew bottles for the early settlers in Philadelphia and the area. And my father researched it years ago. They had to have a skill to get in here, a sponsor. They had to pay to come here. And I think to do that, they all had to become indentured servants, which they worked and paid a certain amount of their income to pay off the debt for getting here. I mean, you just didn't walk into this country. It's insanity what's going on now. And my wife's relatives, half their family came from Ireland in 1900, and the one sister died of TB when she got here. Got it on the boat. They didn't even let her go out in society. She went right into a sanitarium because she had TB when she got here. I mean, the stuff that's going on in this country is just insanity. They're exposing people in this country to all kinds of diseases from down in South and Central America that we've never been, dealt with in our lives, and other stuff like that. It's crazy. It's total insanity. I can't believe it's going on. 20 million people.
Charlie, you bring up a great point, and that the folks in your family came here and did so because they had a skill, and they came here and they provided value and worked off their debt. And I'm not sure if and I know this was a different era, right, where indentured servitude was a thing. I'm not sure, and I'm not saying you're advocating for that. I'm not saying we should be doing indentured servitude, but I 100% agree with you that if you want to, and I know that's not what you're saying, right? But I 100% agree with you that if you're going to come into this country, there should be a reason why we as a country want you. Okay. It's like if you're an employer and you're looking to hire somebody for a position, well, do you have the skill? Right? Can you communicate with people? Even if it's down to 7-Eleven and you're hiring somebody to be a cashier, can that person effectively communicate with the customer? Do they know how to do math? Can they press the proper buttons on the cash register? And if you can't, well, I'm not bringing you in. You're not skilled enough to work for me. You're not skilled enough to hold that position. When we're a country and you're bringing in an endless stream of immigrants, and we're not checking to see how can this person contribute to this country? Does adding this person to our country, does bringing this person in our home, within our border, does this help or hurt, right? And to me, if it doesn't help, then it does hurt. There is no zero. It's either you are a net gain or you're a net negative. Because if you can't contribute value to the country, you will be a net negative. Now, if somebody's coming here, and Esther, you mentioned yesterday that your family came here and needed some of those programs a hand up in order to then get their feet under them and whatnot, and then build a family and get off those programs. That's great. And I want more of that to come into my country, right? I want more of those types of people.
They should be temporary programs. Absolutely. There was a level of decor. There was and Charlie, it's incredible to hear, and it should still stay to that precedent. I mean, you need to have the skill. You needed to have a sponsor. I remember when I came here, our parents not only said that, but there was a level of decorum. It was 30 years ago, and our parents made sure that they told us every single day, you respect the law over here. You don't open your mouth. You're in somebody else's country. You respect. You see an elder on the bus, you get up. I mean, this was a combined, it takes a village kind of situation where there was a literal level of unspoken respect to everybody around you because you are in a brand new country. You should be grateful. These are all opportunities given to you, and you should make the best of it. That level of decorum is literally gone. We just spoke about it before the commercial. Now it's like you have to welcome in people and pay people to come in here and hurt you. That doesn't make any sense. And we were once the amazing country. And maybe that's the reason why Donald Trump is doing so well, because when you look at businesses and a business perspective, there are internships that are 6 months long in the best firms in the city, whether you're talking about the fashion industry or the law industry. And you'd be surprised. There's going to be people that are like, I'm not working for free for 6 months. And there's other people that are lined outside because they're like, hey, it's not about the money. You're in the best damn city in the world. This is like a killer shark industry, and you're in the best firm or a top 10 firm in the country. Absolutely, there's going to be competition. They only want the best, and whoever has the knit and grit to sit there and really learn and absorb as much as they can in those 6 months to have the recipe for success. And that is the same model that should be applied to walking into the country. You walk into the country to get the best of the best. Every single city, we have something going on over here. We have an incredible country with incredible resources and incredible culture. But at the same time, you're like, okay, well, we don't value it because here you go, you take it for free. We don't value what we built over the years. We don't value what our own citizens built generationally through their families. We're going to go ahead and knock it down and build a bunch of Walmarts because whatever, people are coming into the country anyway. We're just going to hand it to them and hand it to this. It has to stop. You have to have respect for your own country in order for everyone else to go ahead and meet you with the same level of respect.
Yeah, and I think Charlie brings up, again, he brought up a great point that, when those members of his family came here, they had a skill. They were appealing. They were somebody that the country looked at and said, we could use those people. They can come in here. They could produce value. They could bring skills. They could bring, these various attributes. I mean, we even did it, honestly, and it's maybe not the best example, but after World War II, when the United States did Operation Paperclip, and they went and they looked at, Germany, where there were, obviously for the wrong reasons, but innovative people in Nazi Germany. Some of the world's best rocket scientists were in Nazi Germany, and they designed the missiles that wreaked havoc and were, devastating in Europe to Jews and the Allied powers, etc. But
I believe
you look at
I think Tylenol is even a product of Nazi Germany, and it was from human experimentation.
So is the Saturn V rocket that put U.S. astronauts on the moon, the Apollo missions. That was Wernher von Braun. He was a Nazi missile scientist. But, you look at it, and it wasn't the United States going, hey, we want to bring in some Nazis and some people we want to bring in talent that can do something for us. And they brought in that talent. And maybe saying, we'll bring in some, that might not be the best example, but what I'm saying is when we look at this immigration stuff and we look at all the people that are coming into our country, we absolutely should be selective. There's a reason why not everybody plays NFL football. There's a reason why not everybody plays Major League Baseball. It's because those sports select the best of the best to get on the field and to have that opportunity. If everybody did it, then it wouldn't be special. Then nobody would watch. But those athletes play the game at the highest level possible because they are the best of the best. And that's why the quality of the game and of the sport has only continued to increase. Why are baseball players hitting the ball further? Because they are pushing each other and competing with each other to get better. Why are football players bigger, better, faster, and stronger right now? And the game is faster, and there's all these points being scored, and all these field goals are now 60 yards long because these guys are pushing each other to get better. The United States right now is doing the opposite. We're accepting everybody because if you turn somebody away, you're labeled a racist, and it's creating what's known as a race to the bottom instead of competition pushing quality to the top. And we'll continue this conversation because it's fascinating. And, I'd love to hear the takes from anybody who's listening right now, 855-839-1210. We will take your call. We have wrapped up hour 2. We've got more on mass migration. We've got a clip from Tom Homan regarding the southern border and some very encouraging news. Hour 2 wrapped up. Hour 3 is ahead as we are halfway through this Festivus edition of Kayal and Company. Sean Farish and Esty Palti with you till 10 o'clock. Again, 855-839-1210 is the number to join in. We anticipate and look forward to hearing your takes on the other side of this break, and we're back with hour 3 after this.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time.
Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-848-2299. 800-848-2299. Again, that's 800-848-2299.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
It's the Big 3 at 8 on Kayal and Company.
It is hour 3, 8:02 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Happy Festivus, Christmas Eve. The greatest eve. You know, tomorrow night, my good friend, St. Nicholas, I get along very well with him. I call him Nick. He's a great guy. He's going to come down your chimney. He's going to give you beautiful gifts. If you're on the nice list, it's not his list, it's my list. I made a list. I checked it twice.
How dare you utter Merry Christmas, Donald.
Excuse me. I made a decision. If you're naughty or nice, and you're a very naughty person, we're going to give you a call. Big, beautiful call.
Have you no
right?
empathy, Donald? Have you no empathy, man?
That's still.
We're
that
not
is
celebrating Christmas. How dare he utter Merry Christmas?
We're going to do that. I didn't say it. Actually, I never said it. I said Christmas Eve. I never said Merry Christmas. You know, you're hearing things. Blame it on the alcohol. Think about it. You blame it on the alcohol.
Halfway in.
She's halfway in and halfway down. Think about it. It's really horrible. It's really horrible what she did. And we dodged a bullet, just like I dodged a bullet. You know, I got shot in the ear.
You did not get shot.
I got shot. It was terrible. And, you know, there are a lot of people who think it never happened, but it absolutely happened, and they ought to be ashamed of themselves. They really ought to be ashamed. You don't shoot at the Pirate King. If you shoot at the Pirate King, you better not miss, because we're going to blow your drug boats out of the water. I can tell you that, too. Right out of the water. We're going to drop Katie Porter on them. Fat slob. All right, hour 3. We're into hour 3. I don't know how 2 hours have gone by already, but they have. We're talking about immigration and whether the United States should be more or less selective. And I think generally everybody seems to be on the same page. We should be more selective with who we bring into our country. You should treat it like your house. You don't just let random people outside in your home, right? You want to make sure who they are. You want to make sure that you know that they're safe, that you can trust them to be around, whether you have kids, you have pets, you have valuables in your home. You want to make sure that the people that you bring into your home are worthy of coming into the home. You're not just bringing them in to be nice. We're not just giving beds to the homeless because we have a spare bedroom. You're not doing that, right? So this country needs to operate in that way instead of just doing this one size fits all. If you want to come here, everybody's welcome. Well, you're welcome if you can provide something to this country, if you can come here and not exist here at the detriment and the expense of the American citizen. And until that happens, I think, unfortunately, you're not going to see a lot of these trends reverse. That Turning Point USA poll, and this is something I wanted to bring up too. You know, the 90% say that we should halt all immigration. They also asked in that Turning Point USA poll what the greatest threat to the United States of America was, and the first and runaway winner, the first ranked item Esty, was radical Islam. Radical Islam got the most votes. Second was Marxism and socialism. Third was mass migration. And in my opinion, all three of those items are one and the same. You have mass migration. You have a lot of radical Islamists that are coming here through mass migration. And it is a new brand of Islam. It is the brand of Islam that Zoran Mamdani ran under and ran on Islamo-Marxism. So as far as I'm concerned, those three things rounding out the top there, those are the top issues. Then followed by affordability, followed by corrupt courts and jurisdictions, followed by election integrity. And by the way, to the perpetually online, everything is Israel, everything is the Jews' fault, foreign influence operations in this poll was listed at number 14 of 17. Not to say it's not an issue, because it is, but obviously the greatest threat to our country, radical Islam, socialism and Marxism, and mass migration. This, again, coming out of a Turning Point USA poll. You're living it in New York City. What say you?
I mean, I've seen this as a problem. I always say I see this from a different perspective. We touched on it a little bit yesterday. We've lived amongst these people, and many of them are absolutely peaceful, but you're not going to be able to differentiate who's an extreme Islamist and who is just, practicing Islam regularly and freely and quietly, because the statistic is too big. 1.8 billion people. Listen, there's only 8 billion people in the world. At the end of the day, it's dangerous because there's a lot of them. And it's just about the numbers at this point. Forget about everything else. Just look at the numbers. You have them reproducing at alarming rates. Alarming. I think they have literally taken over Europe simply just because of that reason alone. It's not all mass migration. It's mass migration and mass over reproduction. Now add our own citizens and even the citizens of Europe. I'll use them as an example. The citizens of Australia. If you look at that map, by the way, Sean, and I don't have the statistics off the top of my head, but you're looking at 1.1, 1.5 to 2 of being an average amount of children that people are having in their households. And you versus that to them, a Muslim household, an average of 6 to 8 children per family. What's going to happen? Let's just do the math. What's going to happen eventually? We already see it in Europe. They're not going to war anymore to take over. They need to just install a few of their members into office, or depending on which part of the world they're in, or which country. It could be a mayor, it could be a district assembly member, it could be a Congress member. We have plenty of them. And if you start paying attention, you're going to see it. And you're going to see how much more, emboldened they have become. And they come here and, like I said, they're not assimilating. They're not assimilating. They are definitely exploiting the programs. They love the freedoms we have here. I love it when I see the women in hijabs screaming about how, about Sharia law and this and that. Like, you literally weren't allowed to have an opinion over there. You're completely oppressed. And somehow you became friends with the fake feminists over here, and you're screaming about your right to be oppressed. It's ass backwards. It has been for a long time. And overpopulation is going to help them take over. What are you going to do when 90% of the population in a country or in a city is going to be Muslim? And they all want to call to prayer 5 to 6 times a day. And they all want to be able to pray in the streets. And they all want to go ahead and, enforce Sharia law. It's going to happen. A lot of Americans don't understand this. They think it's not going to happen. It's not possible. They actually have they tout their guns and they're like, Esther, you've never been to the South. You don't know what we're capable of. If this is what's going to happen, it's going to be a war. And I'm like, you guys aren't understanding something. I'm glad that you are ready to fight, but you are not getting it. They are literally going to take over by overpopulation. And there's only so much you can do. Like, for example, move. A lot of people will be like, okay, my city became a little bit too Muslim. I don't like it here, whatever. I can still move to a different city. But what's going to happen 20, 30 years down the line when you have a bunch of these cities popping up? I don't think it's a coincidence that Obama, put Ilhan Omar smack dab in the middle with all these Somalians, rounded them up, put them in one city. And guess what? Now they're spreading outward. They're spreading outward. If you put a blip on them and, from the time that they did come into this country, and you watch that blip, it's going to literally start spreading. It's going to look like a CAT scan with a tumor. Showing the progression from stage 1 to stage 4. That metastasis is already happening around the world, ladies and gentlemen. It is actually actively happening. And that's why I always say, look at Europe, because no matter how much those British citizens are tired of it, they're already at 50-50. There's like 46% British citizens and 54% are already Muslim. So what are you going to do when you're overpowered to that extent and they want to vote a certain way? That's how our systems are set up. You want to be involved in the local, locally what happens to you, you're going to have to vote. These people are not, going to war anymore to take over. We're not experiencing, like crusades levels or like a fall of an empire and they come in on horses and it's like a Game of Thrones season. We're not going to see that because they're like, hey, there's a better way. Indoctrinate, infiltrate, and just take over, reproduce and take over, insert them into office, practice tequila, say whatever you need to say to get in, and that's it. Did you ever see that mayor in Dearborn? How he sat there looking dead in the eye at the citizen that was just very respectfully showing his grievances, and that mayor shamed him and shunned him and said to him, I can't wait to get you out of this country. That audacity, and that is just the beginning. That is exactly what they want. And that's not American, is it? That's not very American. How often do you see a politician kicking out one of his own constituents or being that brazen over it? And there was a guy just asking a question about the call to prayer. He immediately used the Islamophobic card, immediately, because that's what we have over here. We have a bunch of, feelings that might possibly be hurt, and they're going to bank on that. And they laugh, and they love it. They're like, your people are stupid. Your people are stupid. You invite the takeover. You're inviting these takeovers because you're not only allowing them to happen, you're encouraging them. And all we have to do is say, hey, it's Islamophobic of you. It's Islamophobic of you. I think the terrorist scarf is great. I think burning your flag is okay. It's Islamophobic of you to not like that when I scream globalized intifada in your house and throw a Molotov cocktail through your window. No, it's not Islamophobic to not want to die. It's not Islamophobic to not agree
Correct.
to your extremism. I'm sorry. It's not Islamophobic anymore. And that conversation needs to be had every single day. And I know it's going to invite some Islamophobia. I know that because unfortunately that's the way the world is. However, I'm willing to go through some of that to have uncomfortable conversations because it's necessary, because ignoring it is how they win and how they completely, how they complete their successful takeover by banking on your suicidal empathy, your feelings, your political correctness. And that is why Europe is the way that it is now.
Yeah, I say it all the time too. You mentioned it, ignoring it is not going to make the problem go away. You have a flat tire, you can ignore it as much as you want. Your tire's going to be flat when you're done ignoring the problem too. It's not going to magically fix itself. And you can't just ignore what we're seeing. And it's exactly what we're seeing. You mentioned, this test you could take as an emerging mother, right? Of whether or not diabetes is in your future. You could see that window into the future. They always say, what happens in Europe usually comes to the United States as well, downstream of when it happens in Europe. And that's exactly, you look at Europe and you can see exactly the future that we could be heading into if we don't get our act together. We've got David in South Carolina. He's on the line. What's going on, David?
Hey, y'all. I wanted to make a point about asylum real quick that people don't really want to talk about or don't talk about. The rules for asylum, you're not supposed to go through like 5 or 6 countries to get to the land of milk and honey. Once you reach a safe country, you're supposed to stop. You can't come through all these countries and reach here just to get here. So this whole idea of asylum is so misconstrued. These countries where people are coming from, where the biggest building over 1 story was probably built by someone outside their country, those are not, the kind of people that are going to build this country better. I kind of analogize it to applying for a job. When you apply for a job, the employer's thinking, how is this person going to make my company better? How is he going to add value to my company? Same thing for this country. It needs to be, how are you going to come here and make this an even better country? Not take away from it. You need to add to it. And, guys, remember, you may be too young for this, but back in the 80s, this guy had these commercials where he was wearing this suit full of question marks, and he had this book he was selling. Here's how you can make money from the government. $50,000 for this, $100,000 for that. That's where we got a lot of this problem, was this idea of what can I get from the government? What can the government give me instead of me earning it? Everybody should have skin in the game. If you don't have skin in the game, you're just a detractor. And I'm sorry, that's just the sad truth. You got to add to the country.
True. It's true, David. I agree with you. I agree with you. Thank you so much for the call, and thank you for making that point. And yes, you're right about asylum. You're not supposed to once you get into a country, that is not persecuting you. You stop there. That is where you claim asylum. But what they have done, again, is they have said, well, we're just going to go straight to the United States and claim asylum there. Can't do that. And here's the other thing. It's international law and all these, globalist organizations and global governance, whatever, that are saying that, asylum is a human right and you have to accept asylum seekers. And I got into an argument with AI over this. I said, well, what happens if we just decide that we're not doing that anymore? And, it spit, and it was ChatGPT, so it's a little more on the woke side. And it spit back at me as well. International courts can make a ruling. And I said, is it enforceable? What happens if they make a ruling? Is it enforceable? What are they going to do to the United States? And they said, well, there's no global police force, so no, it's not enforceable. Okay. You know what? Because guess what? If not paying my taxes couldn't be enforced by law, I wouldn't pay my taxes. Okay, I'm just exactly. if the threat of losing my home wasn't there, if the threat of losing my driver's license wasn't there for not paying a speeding ticket, I wouldn't pay those either. I'm just being honest, right? So there's no way that you can enforce these laws. What are you going to do? You're going to arrest the United States president? What are you going to do? You're going to fine the United States? We're the top country in the world. What are you going to do? What do you think you have the power to do if we decide we're not taking asylum seekers anymore? And the final part of what David said is if you're coming here, just like he mentioned about employers, and we said this before, just like if you're a professional sports team, a general manager, and you're looking at prospective talent, what can you add to my team that makes us better? What can you add to my country that gives us a better position to dominate on the world stage? What value do you bring to the country when we add you to our lineup? What do you bring? What are your skills? If the answer is, well, I'm fleeing political persecution, well, you've got my sympathy and you've got my best wishes. But if you can't come here and enhance what this country is about and bring something of value to this country and contribute to this country, and I'm not just talking about paying your taxes, coming here with a useful skill, coming here with the dreams and the aspirations to lean in to what it means to be an American traditionally. If you don't want to do that, I'm sorry, I don't want you here. You can go somewhere else. You can escape that political persecution. I'm not saying you've got to stick around while a genocide is being committed in your country if that's what you're fleeing. But it also doesn't mean that we have to accept you and we have to be your landing spot and we have to be the ones that open our doors to you if you're not going to do anything to help us when you get here. And that's all I'm going to say on that. We do have to take a quick break. We've got Kevin in Bucks County waiting. We'll get to your call, Kevin. So hang out on the other side of the break. We will get to your call at 855-839-1210. Sean Farish and Esty Palti with you till 10 o'clock. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We're back after this.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal here. Piazza Mazda of Westchester and Reading invites you to the Mazda More to Move sales event. Right now, get up to $2,000 customer cash on select new Mazdas or an incredible 0.9% APR for up to 72 months on a new 2025 CX-5 or CX-50. That's more value, more flexibility, and more reasons to drive a Mazda during the More to Move sales event. Visit Piazza Mazda in Westchester or Reading or shop their extensive inventory online at piazzamazda.com. Tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
Imagine the perfect chicken tender. Crispy, juicy, for lack of a better word, tendery. Now imagine these perfect tenders at Wendy's. 'Cause they are. Wendy's new chicken tenders are here with delicious new dipping sauces like Wendy's Signature, Creamy Ranch, and Honey Barbecue. And they're so good, we even changed our name from Wendy's to Tendies. I believe that's what the kids call manifesting. For Tendies you're gonna know by name, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's.
Win big this winter with CNC Heating and Air Conditioning's win-win deal. We win by keeping our family of employees working in the cold months, and you win by getting the best pricing we can offer with an added 10-year warranty and rebates. Manufacturer pricing is going up this January, so let's win together. Schedule an estimate today with CNC, your local Lennox dealer, and start saving today. Visit cc-hvac.com. Offers only for new installations through the end of January. 0% financing available.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Hi, this is Don Giordano. Imagine actually feeling merry, bright, and genuinely healthy this holiday season. With Rescue, that feeling starts now. Going on today, the Deck the Hall sale lets you save up to 78% off on high-quality, research-backed natural supplements so you can feel your best, enjoy every festive moment. Formulas are crafted with purity, potency, and real science behind every capsule. That's why customers rely on Rescue for their essentials. Powerful omega-3s, doctor-recommended cholesterol support, gentle but effective pain relief, advanced probiotic blends, and natural age-defying formulas that help you stay vibrant from the inside out. This season, give yourself the gift of feeling good. Stock up, save big, and step into the holidays with the confidence that comes from supplements made with integrity and backed by decades of results. Ordering is easy. Just go to res-q.com or call a Rescue product consultant 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, online at res-q.com for up to 78% off this holiday season.
You know what's beautiful? The Jug Handle Inn. Spread your wings and enjoy good times, great friends, and amazing food. You know the Jug's famous for their award-winning wings, but they offer so much more. Perfect for lunch, dinner, late-night snacks with monster burgers, scrumptious nachos, huge fresh salads, fries, and tots. Don't miss a minute of your basketball and hockey action, yo, and your chance to scream, "Go Birds!" with great specials every day. Come rediscover the Jug Handle Inn in Cinnamons and find them online at jughandleinn.com.
Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon is the secret to finishing your holiday shopping this year. Visit their locations in Glen Mills and Springfield, or you can go online at josephanthony.com, where gift cards are available. That's josephanthony.com.
It's here. B101 has transformed into Philly's official Christmas station. Relax and unwind with your holiday favorites 24 hours a day, all the way through Christmas. Tell your smart speaker to play B101.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
$8:23 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on this Festivus morning. We're nearly halfway through hour 3 here. We're talking about immigration. We've kind of landed on this topic. A lot of people want to speak about it, and it's a very important one to speak about and have these conversations about, because it is certainly something, well, if done right, it can help our country. If done wrong, as we have seen, it can hurt our country and our country's people. And that is exactly what we're seeing transpire right now. We do have a caller waiting right now. Is Kevin in Bucks County? What's going on, Kevin?
Good morning. Happy holidays.
Good.
So one quick statement and then a short story. The statement is for Dave in South Carolina. The guy with the question marks, his name is Matthew Lesko. I'll never forget that, the infomercial. Now, quick story. My mom's family emigrated here from communist East Germany. I will share an interview link for you and Esty with that interview. They were sponsored in 1960. Grandpop had his barbershop and his house. Both businesses were sponsored. So it wasn't even that, it was pretty recently. So she came over here, graduated 13th out of her class in high school, got a full ride to Temple, didn't go because a wife's place was at home. Grandfather wouldn't let her go. Now, she ended up working as a head secretary for an engineering company, which brings back the Trumpapults, if you remember me from the mock debate, right? I'm the one, Bruce Springsteen sucks, Greg Soccer sucks, that's me.
Yes.
And so she graduated full, English, grasp language and everything. Last week, Mom suffered a stroke, last Tuesday night. And she can almost speak full sentences already, and it's all in English. We don't even try her with German. It's amazing because they all came over. My grandmother, grandfather, aunt, and my mom, all four of them came from communist Germany. I'll share that link with you guys on X. It's an amazing interview, what they had to do, how they had to survive and stuff. So, again, Sean will work on the Trumpapult, and happy holidays, guys. And I still have the Trump raffle is still running, Sean. So I want to thank you again for that donation.
You got it. Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate it. And always good to hear from you. He was a great guy to meet down at that mock debate. He spoke about the Trump poll. We love the idea. We're going to load up the illegals. Remember that? We're going to load them up, and we're going to fling them across the border. We're going to give them a parachute. We're going to fling them across the border, and we're going to send them all over. It's going to be great. Thank you, Kevin, for the call. We hope you have a great holiday. Again, these are the stories that, as an American, I'm proud of hearing these things, that folks who wanted to come to the United States because they thought they had something to add, where there could be a mutual, a symbiotic relationship between the immigrant and the country. The person who comes here has something to add, the country has something to give, and everyone lives happily ever after. It's a one-way street right now. It is we are giving more than we're getting. And that is what is known as a net negative. If you're running a business, right, you are not running a profit. Okay. You're not even breaking even. You are bleeding funds. You are hemorrhaging money. You are Paramount and the Stephen Colbert show, right? And we've heard, they're losing $40 million a year. This is essentially what's happening to our country right now. You're bringing in people. They are jumping on these welfare programs like SNAP, like Medicaid, etc. They are taking those spots away from Americans and folks who are here legally who need a hand up, not a handout. Those programs are not designed to support the lives of the livelihoods of asylum seekers and people coming from third world countries. But this country is and can be a place where folks like Kevin's family, Esther, your family, David in South Carolina talked about it. So many others who have called and put their comments through about this. This country can become a place where people can plant their roots and build something and chase something and earn something. It is not supposed to be a place where people come here and just freeload and live off the government.
Agreed. And I will be the first to tell you that I mean, as a child, and I'm doing this with you here today, and it's like you're speaking to my soul directly, because we grew up really poor. I came here when I was 4 years old. So, I'm still in New York City, but I remember just being this wide-eyed girl, first time on the metro, on the train, I should say, my first time in Manhattan. And I watched my parents really struggle to make it. They didn't take handouts. They used those government programs, like I said in the beginning. It was ridiculously, just in survival mode. But it was still this beautiful process and experience, because my parents, God bless them, they would look around with like sparkles in their eyes, and they would say, "There is so much opportunity here. All you guys need to do is take them. Like, we brought you here. We couldn't be more grateful." And you know what my parents did, Sean? And a lot of people like really underestimate this. When the USSR collapsed, when we were actually allowed to leave, because some people don't understand this, you're not always allowed to leave either. They waited and they were patient and they sought political asylum. And when the USSR collapsed and it became officially dangerous to stay there, because don't forget, the collapse means that the oligarchs are now in charge of the mafia. You can't mess around over there. You can't just like walk in the street, go to work like normal, not minding your own business. You can literally get taken, killed, lawlessness. My parents picked up what they could carry. Okay, there's like maybe a handful of baby pictures of myself. Not common for today. Like my kids tell me, like, "Mom, like I don't know what you look like as a baby," and I'm like, "That's cool. Neither do I," because my parents literally grabbed what they could carry. Okay, whatever they had of value. We had a huge, beautiful house. My dad had a business. They didn't think twice, because they understood what America was and the opportunity to come here. When we were able to get it, they grabbed it, and we came here with nothing but love and respect for the country. I'm a proud patriot of this country. I'm an American Jew. And, watching my family, my bloodline, and even just being able to, own a home as an immigrant. I'm not even first generation American. Like I'm an immigrant. My kids are first generation Americans. And it's like, it's eye opening for us to be like, this would only have been possible here. And it saddens me and at the same time angers me at how people take advantage of the beauty of this nation and what it has to offer. And I find myself sounding like my parents to my kids. And I'm like, do you have any idea of the possibilities that we have here? You can go to school and you can be whoever you want. You don't even have to go to school. You can be self-taught. You can go after this. It's about networking. You can meet the right person. You can be thrust into, Hollywood if that's your thing. You can become the best of the best. You just need to work for it. But the thing is, you are allowed to have this opportunity. And it's sad that people that live here generation after generation will actually take advantage of the welfare system instead of like help their, kids grow and be better. And like they don't want to even like increase that generational wealth. So because we had such a hardship back then, you weren't allowed to prosper in USSR. You know what I mean? Like if people understood how communism works, you couldn't prosper if you wanted to. You understand? Like unless you were born into like a political family or like if you were in the military and made it all the way to the highest of the high, you're just not going to prosper. Okay? You're just going to work like a factory worker that you are. First come, first serve. You're going to wait on bread lines and milk lines because there's not enough food for everybody. And even with that, you have to get lucky. People don't understand how bad it is in other countries that they don't exploit their own country. But we have the idiots that are in the other countries that absolutely understand how bad it is in their country, and they'll come here and they'll exploit it every damn time. So I want to see more success stories like the caller we just had. I want to hear more of the people that have something to offer, have something to bring to the table, and understand the beauty of America because that's what makes it beautiful. What made it beautiful were the immigrants that cherished it. Okay, that cherished it, not the migrants knocking on your border, doing God knows what, bringing the cartel in with them, just blindly abusing the system, actually popping out kids because of the rules that we have. Like, hey, if you have a fifth kid, you can be on welfare forever. You can get Medicaid forever. No, that's stupid. That's wrong, and it shouldn't be that way because you're incentivizing more crime, and that's what happened. It went from temporary programs to temporary assistance to this much money allocated, every single year to these programs, to now having programs that we need defunded because once they're looked into, it's like, who approved this? Who approved this?
Yeah.
You're studying balding patterns in NASA. Like, we have money that we should be using to help our citizens. It's time to put America back on the forefront and center. It's time to put what makes America truly great back on the forefront as to what it is that keeps us afloat. And right now, we're not doing that. We're not appreciating this country as the citizens of this country by allowing a bunch of these immigrants to come in here, migrants, I should say, and just not even respect it. There has to be a level of respect and decorum. I can't stress that enough. You can't come into the country and say, okay, I'm going to contribute like A, B, and C and hate the country at the same time. It is not good for the country. We need to start being pickier and pickier. And I know it seems like we're harping on the same note, but it's really not. It's just like, I feel very passionate about it. Like my family came here with this such respect for America. It's like, guys, we could literally do anything here. And the lack of perspective from some people here is why we don't have that same excitement, I think. Like we need to bring that excitement back to America. Like being an American is a flex. It's not supposed to be like, oh, well, you guys are all obese and it's a bunch of McDonald's and Walmarts and you guys have no culture and you're embarrassed.
There's nothing wrong with McDonald's, by the way. Nothing wrong with it. There's nothing
wrong
with
like
it.
that. It really shouldn't. We should be
But
proud
you talk
of this
about,
country.
you talk about what makes
I'm
our country.
proud of it.
You talk about what makes our country beautiful, right? You talk about what makes our country beautiful. Yours truly, right? Your
I
favorite
mean, it's
president?
it's liquor stores. One on every block down in some cities.
Now you look at it. If you look at what makes your country beautiful, you look at your president, your favorite president, and I have a great relationship. You love when I say this. I have a great relationship with Zeus. You know who that is? He's the Greek god. You look at Poseidon. You look at all these beautiful people, and we do very well. But I get along. Apollo's another tremendous Greek god on Mount Olympus. I built Mount Olympus with my own two hands, and they want to know. They say, "Sir, you have a beautiful." They call it physique. They say you have a beautiful physique.
You should just throw in the towel and rename yourself Hercules, Donald. That's what you should just do. You should just do it. You're almost there.
They call me Hercules. They do call me Hercules. I made Hercules look like a very small person and a very out of shape person. I happen to be in a tremendous physical shape. They call me a specimen. They say, "Sir, you look sculpted, sir. You're a specimen. We have to study this, sir. What is your secret?" I say a lot of golf, 18 holes and 20 McNuggets. That's what we say. It's a tremendous job, and we do very well. So, but you want to know what makes our country beautiful? I make my country beautiful, and I make the country great. And the fact that you're not the president is also a beautiful thing. It's the truth.
I'm not done, Donald, and you can't run again. So I'm not done. I'm going to be back in 2028. You better gear up the best candidate you could possibly imagine because I'll be speaking I'll be speaking. Yeah, I did that.
I like that. I like the I did that phrase. I think that's great. Hey, there's one more thing when we pop back from this break that will be coming up on in just a few minutes. There's one more, and this is a slight little split that comes from. Actually, we could do this now and then wrap up this turning point poll because we spent a lot of time talking about it, the immigration topic. But this is a little bit off of that. The Turning Point USA attendees graded Donald Trump's cabinet, not including the vice president, but all the cabinet positions, Secretary of Defense, Secretary of Treasury, Attorney General, etc. Would you like to take a guess who got the highest approval rating? I don't know if this is going to make sense. It makes sense to me, but would you like to take a guess who got the highest approval rating in Trump's cabinet in the Turning Point poll?
The highest.
What do you think? Yeah, of all the cabinet positions, the highest approval rating. Who do you think they all liked the most? These Turning Point attendees. So it's surprising. I thought it was going to be a little different. I thought it was going to be. It's not surprising. Who? Not Pam. No, Pam actually got the lowest approval rating on the list.
Yeah,
Pam got the lowest
Pam. I'm
approval
not sure
rating.
who.
It was actually, I'm sorry, the lowest approval rating was Lori Chavez de Reamer, who's the Secretary of Labor. I just think that's because nobody knows who that is. Because that person actually got the highest unsure rating.
I would
the
say
highest
Bowman.
rating. No, he's not. He wasn't on this list because he's not technically a cabinet member, right? He's just the borders are. The highest approval rating on this list was actually Secretary of War Pete Hegseth at 83.3%. Second place was at 80%. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., so the Maha movement alive and well. And then third after that was Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, up at 78.6%. These are the strongly approves. The strongly approves. Pete Hegseth, between strongly approve and somewhat approve, has a 95 almost percent approval rating. Marco Rubio at an 82% approval rating. So Hegseth, Secretary of War. I think it's all the drug boats. I think it's the war on drugs. I think it's the pride in our military that is garnering the support.
He brought masculinity back to the table. That doesn't surprise me. He brought this feeling of like, hey, we're badass and we're gonna take the country back. And that's really what we needed after 4 years of the crap that we had. I mean, look at the person before Hegseth. I don't even want to, pull it up, scare the people that are watching this live. But it's you have to understand, like, when you have the extreme of the other side, you're gonna have the extreme come back in. And I love that. I love Hegseth. I think that he's great. Just that energy alone. That's exactly what America needed, and that doesn't surprise me. But that's high numbers.
It is high. It's very high numbers, and it's a great indicator for Hegseth, despite all the scandals too. By the way, Signalgate and all these they wanted to make him out to be this incompetent buffoon, and yet when you look at the base and you look at it's the youth, the future of the party. They like people like Hegseth, and so do I. So I say more of that and less of that old nonsense. When we get back. On the other side, we'll get to Tom Homan. He went on with Maria Bartiromo with a really good report from the border. We are here. We'll be wrapping up, believe it or not. We're already going to be wrapping up next segment, hour 3, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. It's flying by this morning on this Festivus morning. Sean Farish, Esti Palti with you until 10 o'clock. 855-839, the number to join in. Give us a call, and we'd love to hear from you, and we'll be right back right after this.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Got any gadgets? Get online protection. NordVPN has a ho-ho holiday deal just for you. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro feature helps you avoid malware, phishing, and annoying trackers. Just a few taps and you're safer online. Let your gadgets sparkle with online security. Go to NordVPN.com and get up to 77% off plus 3 extra months. NordVPN.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Since we have lawyers in all 50 states, I see and hear lots of lawyer ads. It seems that most are bragging on what they got their clients. But be careful. If you heard that someone sold their car for $500,000, you would be impressed. But if you later learned that it was a rare $10 million Ferrari, would you say that person got screwed? And that's before you even know if it's true. Who is fact-checking? And how much went to medical bills and lawyers' fees? If you want to get an idea what your case may be really worth, visit forthepeople.com and go to Settlements and Verdicts. You will see what a law firm like ours is capable of. And fact check for yourself. All that glitters is not gold. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. We won big, a lot. At Morgan & Morgan, we represent consumers. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, this is Dave Barlow from Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury, New Jersey. This holiday season, bring home a truck that delivers. The GMC Sierra delivers the power for the windy winter roads, delivers luxury with premium comfort, and delivers professional grade. At the Barlow Holiday Sales Event, you'll save on more than just the factory rebates. Visit Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury or shop 24/7 at barlowautogroup.com. Buick, exceptional by design. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmons is who I use and recommend, so call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
Or visit us at callemmons.com.
Callemmons.com. Emmons, protecting homes, one roof at a time.
Dawn Stensland here. Happy Honda Days. You've heard me talk about my family and 7 different Piazza Hondas. You can get your clearance deals on select 2025 models at Piazza Honda, like 0.99% for 60 months on a new Honda Ridgeline. Lease a new Honda Accord for just $229 a month, or a Honda Pilot for only $399 a month, both for 36 months. Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield, PIAZZA, PiazzaHonda.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
$8:44 here on this Festivus morning, December 23rd, 2025. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Sean Farish and Esther Palti with you here until 10 a.m. Eastern Time, where we will be signing off, and I will be back with you tomorrow. Christmas Eve, we'll have a nice little time. We'll maybe do a little naughty and nice list, have a little bit more fun, and obviously break down anything else that goes on throughout the day. But we do have a caller waiting here to speak to us, Mike in South Carolina. What's going on, Mike?
Hey, great show. I just wanted to say happy Festivus for the rest of us. I remember the episode, and Kramer got all excited. Right. But no, the reason I'm calling is because of I'm teaching somebody business, who is chain migration, and it's very frustrating. He's been here 30 years, and he barely speaks decent English, and it's very frustrating. I've got to teach him, his grammar and his English, and he can't spell, and he's trying to run a business. So I just wanted to say chain migration is something that should also be banished. His brother went to Italy and then I think went to England and then it came across to the United States and then brought the whole family, the father, the mother, this guy. It's not right. It's just not right. That's all.
Well, I appreciate that, and I agree with you. And happy Festivus to you as well, Mike in South Carolina. Thank you for the call. I guess we can say that was you airing some grievances. So
yes, it was. Yeah, that's exactly right.
Air those grievances, and Merry Christmas to you, Mike. Thank you so much for the call.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Chain migration is absolutely a problem. You look at Ilhan Omar did the same thing. Ilhan Omar. Essentially did the same thing with the brother, right? She allegedly married him, but she brought him in here. They bring the whole family in. So that's very interesting. Thank you, Mike, for the call. It's again, it's one of these things where, are you vetting the people that are coming into the country? Are you making sure that these are the right people that are coming in? Or are you just saying, well, because they have a relative here, they can come in as well? Again, we need to be more exclusive. We need to be.
But do you know why it keeps happening? Because you have a sitting member of Congress that's literally getting away with allegedly marrying her own brother. And that is the problem that I have, that, this is where I get frustrated with the Republican Party and with our system, because she doesn't even hide her treason, if I'm being honest with you. She is just openly hateful to America. She's openly pro-Somalia. It looks like her loyalties to Somalia.
Yeah.
She's even behaving so brazenly. Look at the fraud that they just uncovered. Out of control fraud. I mean, this is taxpayer money. I want heads on sticks at this point, and it's really, really starting to make people mad. I do, because it's treason at the highest level, and she's sitting over there, being invited to panelist shows, and these journalists are, because it's a hot topic, they're questioning her about this, and there's a part of me that's like, what dystopian world are we living in where this is the sitting example? If she can do it, of course these brazen, migrants are going to come in here and be like, well, this is the way it's going to be. Like, I need to get in there. I need to exploit the system. We got Ilhan Omar leading the way. Bring shame back. Bring shame back. Enough is enough. If you're going to allow a sitting member of Congress to do it, what makes you think that a migrant across the world is not going to see this and say, hey, listen, obviously they're cool with this. I'm going to do this too.
Right.
And that's
right.
Setting a dangerous precedent. And, it's we know this already, but we have to start blasting more pictures of the map where Kamala Harris only won where there was no voter ID laws. That needs to be kind of, spoken about more, because that's it. That's right there. That's the smoking gun, ladies and gentlemen. That's the reason why they do all of this. We watch the caravans come in here. That's treasonous behavior. You swore to uphold the safety of this nation and its citizens. Okay, you were elected. She wasn't even primary, but whatever. But you were elected into office to keep the citizens of the country that you were elected in safe. When did this become the golden standard, where you're not only allowed to hate America, it's kind of like encouraged by some of these constituents, where they sit here and they judge, oh, we can't be like this, oh, we can't be like that. We do things like that. And like I said, treason to the highest power. We just watched for 4 years these people walk in a bunch of caravans. And, when Kamala Harris was asked directly, like, what's going on? Like, have you been there? Have you seen? Why were we so soft on this? Why were we so tiptoeing around her? Like, hey, we just wanted to let you know. And she's just sitting there like, I haven't been to Europe yet, but I've been to the border. She was annoyed. Like, listen, I've been there. Don't worry about it. We got this covered. No, because what you just did is you ruined the next potentially 20 years of this country. We don't know how many sleeper cells there are in here. We don't know how many overdoses you indirectly caused with the cartel bringing in crap over here. We don't know how many kids were trafficked. There are kids still missing. Why are these things glossed over? They're like, they are not the biggest deal in the world. That is where my frustration comes in with the Republican Party and the GOP. And you're absolutely right. If that energy disappears, people are all for Donald Trump and they show up at the polls for him. But if that energy disappears, we're in trouble. It's not going to be enough. The mass deportations that we have going on right now, we still have to pick up the pieces and clean up the big mess of what happened. And it's going to take some time. But I think we need to really genuinely focus the shift on people like Ilhan Omar and start holding them accountable, because until accountability is not reached to the highest levels, this is going to continue happening. You're going to get more marriage marriages to your brother and sister. You're going to get more lower IQs, more inbreeding, more rape, more crime. It's a vicious cycle, and it's an avalanche, and it's going to keep on happening. So something's got to give. Something's got to give when it comes to that.
I agree. And you mentioned Kamala Harris, the former border czar. Let's go to a clip from the current border czar, who is actually doing a great job on the border, who has been doing this for the last 20, 30, 40 years of his life. Tom Homan, the current border czar right now. And that was actually who Esty said, maybe he's getting the highest approval rating in Trump's cabinet. Technically not a cabinet position, but I would agree he's doing a phenomenal job. And he went on over the weekend with Maria Bartiromo and gave an absolutely stunning and a great report on the status of the United States southern border since Donald Trump has taken over. Let's roll this clip from Tom Homan with Maria Bartiromo.
Unprecedented. Nothing like this in the history of the country. Look, we got the most secure border in the history of this nation. The most secure ever. And that's based on real data. I just came back. I just did a border review in San Diego, Texas, and Arizona. I toured the border by air, by boat, and by four-wheel drive. 3 days on the southern border, Maria. I didn't see a single illegal alien. And I've been doing this since 1984, even back when I was in Border Patrol. 3 days, a single illegal alien in my sights. It's the most secure border ever, and by doing that, as you said, it's down 95%. How many aliens aren't dying making that journey? How many pounds of fentanyl aren't getting in and killing Americans? How many known suspected terrorists are not crossing that border because the Border Patrol is 100% vigilant on that line, stopping all the entries? It's incredible. Never seen anything like it in my 40-year career.
40 years he has done this. And what's crazy is, you listed all of the things that he, and I love this clip, but you listed all of these things that he said. And I love when that happens, right? You say the kids that are being trafficked. And by the way, if you've ever heard the story that Tom Homan tells about when he went into the back of a U-Haul and the child died in his arms because it overheated and it got too hot in one of these smuggling operations. You hear him, he was about, I think it was last week, when Donald Trump designated fentanyl a weapon of mass destruction because it is responsible for the deaths of hundreds of thousands of Americans. Sometimes these are 76,000 Americans overdosed on fentanyl last year alone, from April of 24 to April of 25, and you listen to Tom Homan speak about this. He's very passionate about this. The children who are being trafficked, the adults who are being trafficked. It's a lot of times sex trafficking, not just human smuggling, but sex trafficking, the drugs that are coming across the border, the criminals that are coming across the border. And yet we heard from the previous administration, right? Republicans are blocking the bipartisan border bill. And we had Donald Trump saying, you don't need a border bill. You just need to try, essentially. And literally on day one, border was closed. Issues started getting better. And did you know that from May of 2025 up until November of 2025, obviously December is ongoing, so we don't have the numbers yet, not a single illegal alien has been released into the interior of the United States of America. That's not to say that some aren't trying to get in. That's to say the ones that are getting in are being apprehended. They are being detained. They're not being given a court date. Say, all right, we'll see you when we see you. Not a single illegal alien. On the flip side, 1.9 million illegal aliens have voluntarily left this country, and an additional 605,000 have involuntarily left this country. That's 2.5 million over the course of about 10 months, puts us on a pace of about 12 million after 4 years. Does that fix the problem? No. Is that all of them? No. Is that a big number? Hell yeah, it is. And I think Tom Homan is doing a phenomenal job for the reasons that he just listed.
He is incredible. I love his passion, and you said it exactly the same way. He is passionate, and you could see he cares. And why wouldn't he care? I love what he's doing. I love what he's doing, and we see the other side. I do these battle debates on TikTok, and I talk to the other side, and it's always the younger ones. But Gen Z, and they're just like where's your compassion? Like, what is wrong with you guys? They see it in such a virtue signaling way. They're just like, what is your problem? And I'm like, I don't understand. Where's your compassion for your country? Where's your compassion for, the people that the cartel are hurting? Where's your compassion for the kids that are trafficked? Why are you blindly choosing to avoid the things that are staring us right in the face? It's always going to be perspective. It's the way the media spins it, which I think is one of the biggest enemies here, is the media and the way they spin things, the way they twist them. And I say enemy because that's the perfect word to say it. We have to all be on the same page. Is drug trafficking a good thing or a bad thing? Most will probably say bad. Sex trafficking, child trafficking. There was a time when I was growing up, you couldn't even talk about these things freely. This was like oh my God, that happens.
Right.
Not only does it happen, it is insanely alarming how often it happens and how big that drug rate is. And as a mother, I'm terrified, God forbid, for something like that to happen. You clutch your kids tighter and tighter and closer to you when you're in cities like New York, just because you're used to the level of crime here. You do adapt. We're humans. We're only human. That should make every single person very, very concerned. And the fact that the Democrats were able to spin that in a way of you're a bad person if you're not allowing them to continue to abuse us, and you want to turn a blind eye to all of those things, that needs to stop. You can't physically turn a blind eye to that. And feel morally superior to anybody else. You should just want the betterment of your nation for these reasons alone. These are very obvious things: sex trafficking, child trafficking, drug trafficking. These are very bad, dangerous things. And some of them act like borders are a new concept. And it's like, well, I believe in no borders. Like, some of these people that I talk to are like, well, we shouldn't have any borders. Who are you to tell a human that they are illegal? And it's just like, you live in La La Land. You don't live in the, I don't know. And it's sad because it's not just young people. You have grown adults with actual degrees and jobs contributing to society that believe this. And it's because, the media gets them at their heartstrings, I guess, because I refuse to believe that half of America is just evil and stupid. I refuse to believe it. I also don't think that many are stupid. I think that it's a perspective thing. And there has become this warped mindset around the border and around ICE, making them the bad guys. Are you kidding me? These people are helping us. This is not an easy task.
They're just enforcing the law. They're enforcing the law. It's their job.
People, round them up. It's not easy. It's dangerous. And you have your own citizens helping these people get hurt because you want a bunch of people that hate you to come into this country and exploit it. That will never make sense to me. So it's a lot of perspective or lack thereof.
Yeah. But I'm happy you're having those conversations too on TikTok, because there's a lot of people who will have their conversations in their little echo chambers and not reach out to these youngsters and not reach out to the other side. And this is what Charlie Kirk did. This is what made him so powerful, is because he did do those things. And all of us can do that in some way, shape, or form. Even down to, when I host my show every day, if I have somebody in my chat that disagrees, I give them a number to call and say, call me. And very rarely do I get that phone call, but that's the point. Let's have a conversation. You have it here. 855-839-1210. I've filled in a number of times in this station. I've had people call in and say, I think you're wrong. We've had a discussion. And maybe we didn't agree. But at least, as you mentioned, and it's very important to share the perspectives. Why do you think this way? What is going through your head that makes you think this way? And then you understand it better. And that's where you can maybe find some common ground. Hey, I do want to help people, but right now we don't have the capacity to do it. Let's put it on hold. Let's get our house in order. And then if we are so privileged to have a situation where we have a little bit of extra space, extra resources, by all means, we can help. It's the same thing when the Red Cross or some charity knocks on your front door. If you have zeros in your bank account, you can't donate even if you want to, right? If you have no resources left, and you're not running a surplus at home, you can't give to charity because you just don't have it. As much as you may want to do that, but you work hard, you get to a point where you do have a surplus and you do have the availability and the opportunity, the ability to give back. And that's what us as a country can do. It's just that we've been essentially hijacked by politicians that are, in this for themselves. They're receiving, obviously, kickbacks. You have the lobbyists, the special interests, and it's a problem. And but day by day, doing what you do on TikTok, what everybody else, listening, and these conversations that we may be having with our friends, that's the way you take a sledgehammer to that part of the system. And bit by bit, you chip away at it, will make a difference. When we come back, we're going to kick off hour 4 of this Festivus Day here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Esty brought up the media. We are going to talk about the media and how they are a huge part of the problem. Chuck Todd, remember him? We're going to get to him in just a second when we come back here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. 855-839, the number to call in. 855-839-1210, the number to call in if you want to be a part of the show. Give us a ring, and we'll be right back after that.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com. Auto repair bills are through the roof. $3,000 to replace the transmission. $4,000 for a blown engine. And if your manufacturer's warranty is expired, you'll have to cover it all out of pocket. You need an Endurance Auto Protection Plan. No matter what the mileage, if your car is under 20 years old, Endurance can get you covered on the engine, electrical system, transmission, AC, drivetrain, and more. Endurance has plans for any budget. Repairs can be done at the certified mechanic of your choice, and they're paid directly with no middleman. Plans cover 24/7 roadside assistance, towing, battery jumps, fuel deliveries, tire changes, lockout services, and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Act now and get our elite benefits, including complete tire care and key fob replacement. A $2,000 value at no extra cost. With Endurance, you could never pay for covered auto repairs again, so call now for your free quote. Call 800-458-3124. 800-458-3124. 800-458-3124.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Got any gadgets? Get online protection. NordVPN has a ho-ho holiday deal just for you. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro feature helps you avoid malware, phishing, and annoying trackers. Just a few taps and you're safer online. Let your gadgets sparkle with online security. Go to NordVPN.com and get up to 77% off plus 3 extra months. NordVPN.
Check off the wish list with instant savings and free battery offers on select Steel tools. Shop online or in store. Steel.
Autoimmune disease. Difficult to treat and even more difficult to diagnose. If you've had Lyme disease, post-Lyme, or any type of autoimmune disease, you probably know how difficult it is. That's why you should contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Through their unique hydration protocols, Dr. Molly and her staff have helped hundreds navigate the difficult journey of autoimmune, Lyme disease, or post-Lyme. To set up the initial consultation, which is complimentary, call 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com, for additional information. Do what many others have done who have either been misdiagnosed or just led down a path to nowhere. Contact Innovative Medical Associates. That number again, 856-489-0505.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. This Christmas holiday, enjoy exclusive savings on our high-quality rechargeable hearing aids. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and shop Christmas holiday deals before they're gone at audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
This Christmas, get a bonus AI Essentials course when you enroll in any My Computer Career IT program by the end of the year. That's a $3,900 value. Attend classes online or on campus. Enjoy lifetime job placement support and IT certifications in high demand. Go to mycomputercareer.edu today and take the free career evaluation. That's mycomputercareer.edu, an elite CompTIA certification partner. Conditions apply to AI offer and financial aid is available to those who qualify, including the GI Bill.
Every man should have their health optimized. Forte Men's Health offers a unique approach, providing individualized solutions that address a wide range of critical issues. Dr. Michael Atanasio supports you with cardiovascular disease prevention, improvement in erectile dysfunction, testosterone replacement and enhancement, nutrition counseling, and weight control, all in one place. Reduce the need for multiple specialists. Visit ForteMen'sHealth.com and make an appointment today for personalized health care. ForteMen'sHealth.com. With one doctor, one location for life. ForteMen'sHealth.com.
Anthony Gambone and Denise Gambone. We've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2016.
With the holiday season upon us, there's nothing I'm more thankful for than being here with Crash Proof Retirement. You're guaranteed to not lose any principal, and you're cheering the stock market to go up because it means you make more money.
That's the beauty of the Crash Proof system. I've made money and I haven't paid for anything. You secure your nest egg, then it's compounded the next year. There is real growth.
Since Tony and I came to Crash Proof Retirement, we have made a substantial amount of money. And I mean, what's not to like about coming to Crash Proof Retirement? I would encourage everybody to have that same sense of security and peace for 2026.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn on Wednesday, January 14th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
The working families of La Una Labor District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Yo, Langhorne. Thanks for listening to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
.907 here on this December 23rd. It's Festivus morning. It's a Festivus for the rest of us. I got a big problem with you people, including the fake news. The fake news media, these are horrible people. You look at Sleepy Eyes Chuck Todd, you look at The View, I call them the zoo, right? Old MacDonald's Farm, I call them the zoo. You look at so many other people, so many nasty people. Martha Raddatz, she looks like a talking catcher's mitt. Very stupid person. You look at all of these nasty people, very nasty. And they tried to rig the debate, which I won, by the way. I won the debate. And we had other debates. I won all the debates. But the fake news media, these are awful people. Really horrible people.
You got lucky, Donald. You got lucky. My earpiece didn't work that day. You got lucky.
Remember all that Kamala had some sort of like Bluetooth earpiece or something, and she was being fed the answers and all. I was like, this is a wild time. That election cycle was one of the wildest elections. I mean, I don't know if we're ever going to live through one like that, where Biden drops out, Trump gets shot, Kamala's installed, and then she goes on The View, speaking of The View, and they ask her, Sunny Hostin, the walking legal note, right, who always has to correct herself, asks her, is there anything you would do differently than Joe Biden? There's nothing. Nothing comes to mind. What kind of answer was
came to mind? Not a thing came to mind. That usually doesn't happen when I'm drinking. I'm not sure what happened at that moment, but not a thing came into my head. I felt burdened by what had been. I should have gave a different answer. I blame Sunny. I blame The View. You know this, Donald. I mean, it was everybody else's fault. I did everything right.
Sounds familiar, right? But except I say that it's the truth. You say that it's not the truth. It's not the truth. Here we go. The fake news media. Chuck Todd Chuck Todd was one of the main Russiagate hoaxers, right? One of the guys who he pushed it. He pushed it real hard. That Donald Trump colluded with Russia. That he had these sources. He brought these people on. Chuck Todd recently was on. I think it may have been one of the conservative stations. I want to say Fox. It might have been Fox. He was doing an interview, and Chuck Todd was talking about, he was on with Newsmax, actually, America Right Now. He's on with Newsmax. And this is from Western Lensman over on X, who does a great job sourcing a lot of these clips. He's one of my favorite follows. You got him, Clipkeeper, Mazemore. These are all people that do a phenomenal job on X. Not just finding the clips, but putting these clips together. This is Western Lensman on X at Western Lensman, Lensman. But Chuck Todd was on Newsmax talking about the issues that he sees with the mainstream media as if he does not own a mirror. Let's roll this clip of Chuck Todd.
Kind of looking back now, any regrets that you sense over how some of those stories were handled over these last number of years by the press?
Well, I think the short answer is yes. And I think, look, I could argue we haven't had reliable political leadership. One of the things that I like to remind people is one of the reasons I think trust in media has fallen to so low is remember what the media is. It's a reflection of, I always say I'm as good as the sources I have, not necessarily the sources I want at times, to borrow a phrase from the late Donald Rumsfeld, meaning if you're getting untrustworthy sources, you may be reporting untrustworthy information, right? You get my drift here. And so I think that the collapse of trust in overall institutions, the media in some ways is a reflection of that distrust. And so that we may be reporting what the quote unquote experts tell us, but if the public doesn't trust those experts, and then we in the media are quoting those experts, they don't trust us too. It's sort of across the board. And what you have now, I would argue, Tom, is essentially the left doesn't trust the media now, and the right doesn't trust the media. We are in this siloed world. I put the blame on big tech and algorithms that sort of course, I think make it too easy for too many people to live in a bubble, a filter bubble. And I do think in some ways there's too many people. I always say we have too many journalists in Washington and New York and not enough everywhere else.
Oh, okay. All right.
It's infuriating to even see.
Isn't that crazy?
Because you are the problem. You are the reason that this happened. There wasn't a distrust in the experts, and who you named were the experts. I mean, you were literally stopping people from asking questions. And, it's funny how he ended it. We have too many journalists in New York and Washington and not everywhere else. You had too many of the same journalists using the same script. We've all seen it. We've seen that one viral clip go viral where you have a bunch of newscasters literally saying the same exact thing about COVID. And from day one, when COVID happened, before anything on the news was released, when it was brand new, my spidey senses were tingling. And if you remember, Ground Zero was New York.
I got a lot with Spider-Man, by the way.
If you remember, Ground Zero, it was in New York. And we were all kind of looking over our shoulder. And I had remembered just thinking something is not right over here. Something bad is happening. Something big is happening. And being someone that was in a blue state that had to live through watching these restaurants make all these decisions, we were following they were following the guidance, right? My own husband is a business owner. I mean, they made it impossible for business owners to survive. And the ones that did survive, they had to settle for all these ridiculous rules and regulations that made literally no sense. And you still have those up right now, by the way. So the restaurant businesses, it was like you can't dine inside the restaurant. But what you can do is build a mini restaurant right outside of it. It's going to be a sitting area outside. Guess what happened when it got cold? Then they were like, yeah, you can totally enclose that space because, listen, you can't expect people to freeze outside.
Right. And outside became inside.
Outside became inside. You can now officially sit outside. None of it made sense. You're buying groceries, touching everything with your hands, but you have a plexiglass over here in front of you. You're handing over the cash or the credit card to the person. There's contact in every single which way, shape, or form. Science no longer mattered because these people were looking in the mouths of the experts, okay, depending on who they said the experts were. And we were made to be gaslit to the point of no return, where we were told, you can't ask questions about this. You can't do A, B, and C. as a nurse, it breaks my heart because I witnessed, my friends that were working in the hospital at the time. I had an administrative role already at that time, so I wasn't in direct patient care. But my friends that were in the hospital, I mean, they were describing it, and you could tell they were so traumatized and something was so off because they were like, just describing it. Me and my friends were talking, like, so hold on, wait a second. They're talking about how COVID, when you get COVID, it creates this fiberglass at the very pit of your lungs. It goes all the way down into the alveoli, which are the tiny, 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 tiny air bubbles, in the lungs. And if once something gets trapped over there, it becomes like glass. It's like popcorn lungs. It's difficult for these people to breathe. And you're intubating these people. Before any literature came out, I promise you, Sean, me and a bunch of nurses, we kind of like looked at each other. It was like a Zoom call because at that time, that's what we were doing. And I looked at them and I'm just like, but wouldn't an intubation and a vent, wouldn't a vent increase more pressure? Aren't these people just literally being aided to die faster? And it's like they were all kind of looking at me. They're like, that's the current practice right now. We're not really sure. Maybe something's going to change. But do you understand how these people were treated even the wrong way? So nobody was held accountable for this. So if a nurse that, has only 2 or 3 years of experience at the time working in a cardiac unit can summon the common sense to say, hey, hold on a second. Who made the call to vent all of these people to help them breathe? Because the vents are actually killing them faster. So we had a freaking system of somebody saying, hey, I'm going to pay you a lot of money if you write that these people died with COVID. Nobody questioned that. You're going to literally create a death center for these people in these hospitals. So we as American citizens are supposed to go into these hospitals expecting help, expecting survival. To add insult to injury, not only are you killing them faster without giving them, a living shot, the ones that survived the intubations, they were just true success stories, true miraculous stories.
Right.
So you expect us to believe that we're supposed to hand over our loved one, you're intubating them, they're vented out, they die, and we're not allowed to even say a proper goodbye. They're shunned away to a morgue, not even a morgue, a truck, because there were so many dead bodies. And you're going ahead and you're replacing that bed. And the hospital got so much richer. And the people, the citizens, and the workers that are asking questions of how could this happen? Why did this happen? Why aren't we looking for alternative treatment? Medicine is all about trial and error. Medicine is all about asking questions. All of a sudden, you had these journalists tell you to your face, looking at the camera, day in and day out, you got to trust the experts. How dare you ask questions? How dare any of you? You are not a good citizen. You should be shamed. Your neighbors should tell on you. At this point, we're going to have to force vaccination camps. How dare you? You are not helping. You have to do what we're saying. And then you go ahead and you go on TV now, years on end after the fact, and all the truth came out about ivermectin, and all the truth came out about the statistics, and all the truth came out about the vaccine. And it's still coming out about the spike proteins, about all this harmful stuff. And what do? If you can't blame Trump, you go and you look at the people and you say, well, listen, I was fed bad information, but it's kind of messed up. You guys don't trust me now. It is the biggest failure of journalism in our time. And I've taught my children, you do not trust the media. You do your own research. So, in a way, I thank them. I thank the idiot Chuck Todds of the world. And I thank you. And I know that you're gaslighting a bunch of people that are going to fall for it, hook, line, and sinker. But you're not going to, clearly the numbers aren't on your side. You are not going to be able to gaslight at least 70% of Americans that have had enough with the lies, especially because of the brazen way that they went about it. It wasn't about guys, this is it. We have to do what we have to do. I know it's scary. I know it sucks, but this is what we got to do. They didn't even do that, Sean. They looked at the camera and they said, you should be ashamed of yourself. You absolutely have to inject yourself with what we're telling you to. Otherwise, you're going to lose your job. You're going to lose your livelihood.
Right.
And it kind of shows this mass experiment that they did. You won't convince me that this was not a mass experiment and something bigger. I mean, how easy are people going to line up now in the future for digital ID? Handing over their rights, handing over.
Well, that was the soft launch, right? That was the soft launch of do what we say, and it's for the greater good. And if you don't do that, you're a bad American, you're a bad citizen, you're a bad person. You're going to kill grandma. You look at you mentioned it, right? That you had nurses and whoever in your field didn't necessarily have all this experience and said something's wrong here. I was in New York the same time I was in New York in 2020. I was selling paint. I had zero experience in the medical field. And all of a sudden I started hearing, okay, so there's a respiratory virus that's spreading. And Obviously, when you deal with respiratory viruses that spread, by the way, every year, you have the flu, you've got pneumonia, you've got cold season, you've got bronchitis, all this. It spreads every year in the winter because people come indoors, and then everything is a close circulation, all of those different things. We always knew, right? Whether you have the flu, whether you have pneumonia, whether you have a cold, whether you have bronchitis, not to expose the elderly to a respiratory virus. And what does Cuomo do? With a boat sitting on the Hudson River in Manhattan, empty, with the Javits Center, the Javits Center, that place is massive, thousands of beds, empty, and instead he sends people with a respiratory virus into nursing homes, all in the name of following the science. And then you have Chuck Todd, who comes on television, and we just showed you, saying, I got bad information from the experts. I got news for you. If the experts, and we were saying, this is not Monday morning quarterback. This is not, armchair quarterback. This is not revisionist history. At the time, you were saying it. I was saying it. Millions of New Yorkers were saying it. Millions of Americans were saying it at the time. This doesn't make sense. How can you call yourself an expert and then say, well, the experts told me I should stick the sick people with the elderly people, and it's not like that they're sick with some sort of non-transmissible disease. They're sick with a respiratory virus, which always wreaks havoc and causes loss among the elderly, even when there's not a quote unquote pandemic. But those were the experts that Chuck Todd wanted you to trust. Those are the experts that Chuck Todd said, well, they gave me bad information. You should have known the information was bad because it makes no sense. And so you have Americans with the discernment to say, that doesn't make sense. I don't like these experts. I don't trust them because anyone who tells me to expose my grandmother to a respiratory virus is not an expert in my opinion. It's not somebody. And then the worst part about it, and we'll do more in the media when we come back from break, but they told you to trust the experts, right? They say, trust the expert. Okay, great. If you're an expert, why can't you demonstrate your expertise live on television? Why can't I ask Anthony Fauci, what is the science that says that a cloth over my face is going to stop this virus and it's not just mosquitoes through a chain link fence? Why weren't we allowed to ask the experts to put on display their expertise for the rest of the world? It's like saying, I'm a great baseball player. I'm going to hit a home run in this at bat, but I'm not going to get up at the plate and I'm not going to swing. Just count it as a home run because I'm good. Give me and this is what went on for years under COVID. I was there in New York. That's why Kevin and I were able to get these people riled up and create that uprising on Long Island because people had had enough. Businesses were destroyed. Lives were destroyed. Families were torn apart. Children's learning loss in the schools destroyed because of bad information. They went along happily with it. People like Chuck Todd, we'll get to him again on the other side of this break. Rachel Maddow, we'll get to her on the other side of this break. The media wants to complain that they've lost credibility. They did it to themselves. More on that on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT right after this.
This Merrill Reese update is brought to you by PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865.
What a season this has been. The Eagles have certainly had some ups and downs, but which team hasn't? The fact that they're 10-5 and ran away with the NFC East is all that matters. There are no style points attached to the standings. Their last two opponents haven't been top-notch, but the Eagles didn't squeak by. They routed them. NFC East champions. That has a nice ring. With the Eagles, this is Merrill Reese. Football fans don't just watch the game, they live it. From pregame rituals to postgame celebrations, PNC is proud to be presenting sponsor of the Eagles Radio Network and a devoted fan just like you. Fans who show up in full force in every kind of weather, because keeping your finances boring allows you to make exciting memories full of face paint, tailgates, and all the things that make game day. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Great news, Nick. Legacy boxes are still in stock. With Christmas just around the corner, there's still time to buy the best Christmas gift ever. Legacy Box.
That's right, Adam. Order today and Legacy Box ships immediately. It'll arrive ready to wrap and place under the tree.
Gather the family together this Christmas and collect all your old VHS and camcorder tapes, slides, pictures, and film reels. Then you can binge on the good old days.
From fading over time to risks like fire and water damage, your memories aren't protected unless they're on a digital format. Legacy Box helps you replay those great moments from the past, from Christmas morning to your wedding day.
Legacy Box is the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos. All the work is done right here in the USA, and over 1 million customers have trusted Legacy Box.
This Christmas is the time to digitize. Visit legacybox.com/value for exclusive holiday savings. That's legacybox.com/value for last-minute shopping. legacybox.com/value.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-269-3454. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-269-3454 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-269-3454 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-269-3454.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Experience casino like never before at Bet365. Spin your way through your favorite games. Check out our awesome table games and face off against a real live dealer. And play exclusive games that you simply can't play anywhere else. New Bet365 players get a 100% deposit match bonus up to $1,000 plus spins. Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
$9:26 a.m. on this Tuesday morning, December 23rd. It's a Festivus for the rest of us. We're airing grievances with the fake news media. Airing those grievances. Love it. Here we are. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We're here for the next 35 or so minutes. Sean Farish and Esty Palti with you. We got a caller. Here it is T in Cherry Hill, New Jersey. What's up, T?
Hey, guys. I listen to you guys every morning. You guys are great. First thing I want to say is have a safe, happy, and healthy Christmas and New Year. Best is yet to come.
Thanks so much.
But I wanted to say I was a singer. That's how I supported myself. And I was a singer in nursing homes. And during COVID, when COVID first hit, obviously they stopped us from coming in. But when I heard that they were letting these people back into the nursing home, for 20 years, I sang in nursing homes. If somebody was sent to the hospital with the flu, they were not allowed to be admitted back into the nursing home until they were completely done. It just didn't happen. I can't tell you how many times I would get calls from nursing homes, we're canceling your performance today because we're in lockdown because we have a run on the flu. Nobody was allowed in, nobody was allowed out. And I remember saying to my husband, this goes against every protocol that has ever happened in nursing homes. How are they letting these people back in? I don't get it. This is bad.
Well,
That's
it. This is right, T. This is it. I'm glad you brought this up, right? Because again, I didn't take a lick, one medical class, nothing. And I know that you don't put sick people with the most vulnerable of among us, the elderly. You just don't do that.
even if my allergies were acting up and I thought to myself, geez, is this my allergies or am I catching a cold? I would call and cancel my performance because I didn't want to be the one to bring it into the nursing home. I was like, you know what? I don't want to take the chance because their systems are just compromised to start with. So if I didn't feel that it was, it's just my allergies, I was like, you know what? I'm going to err on the side of caution and not show up today. But I can't tell you how many times they canceled. They would say, we're in total lockdown because we have a run on the flu, and they wouldn't let people in and out. And yet COVID, they're putting people, I remember saying to my husband, I never, ever, ever, in the 20 years I sang there, did I ever hear of letting sick people back in. Just didn't happen. And
I worked a telemetry unit, and it was always busy around flu season, guys. I worked a telemetry unit. I can tell you right now, the hospital was always overrun, always overwhelmed. It's flu season. Everyone's getting sick, and it was always the flu, pneumonia. And guess what was happening? The entire hospital, and I'm so glad she brought this up. I'm so glad she called in. The entire hospital, the nurses amongst one another, and with the secretaries and everything, all we did was be on the phone with transportation, which is the gentlemen and the ladies that come in with the gurneys, and they take people to and from, like radiology and whatnot. If there was somebody on the unit that had the flu, we literally isolated them. And because flu season was so crazy, I mean, all you saw was these transports where somebody was, with the flu, keep them away from the elderly. If somebody had this, keep them away from this one. It's literally, like I said, it's common sense. We grew up watching this. We know that this is very, very contagious. Why would you all of a sudden take a bunch of old people? And it makes me mad because what Cuomo did was just out of spite, not listen to Donald Trump. That makes me really mad. Right. Because I was in New York at the time. And as much as he sat there on the loudspeakers like, we are New York, we are New York strong, we're New York fierce, we're this, or that, the morale that he gave to people was great. But what he was doing, it's the silliest thing I ever saw. You had a chance to help real New Yorkers, and it really, really bit all of us in the ass. It's crazy because what he did actually dictated the results of this election. We got Mamdani in because a lot of people just refused, and I spoke to a lot of people. I helped. I helped with the campaign. I was really trying hard to just make sure Mamdani doesn't win because in my eyes, he was a jihadi. And, I say this because it was a very difficult decision to come to, but because I live in New York, I felt like I needed to endorse Cuomo at the time. I needed to, rally behind the most powerful candidate. Sliwa just didn't have the numbers. And it was so difficult because when I was talking to just people like my followers, they're like, look, we love you. We love your views, but this is personal. I had to say goodbye to my mother through a plexiglass window, or they didn't, or they couldn't say goodbye to their parent or their grandparent or whatever it is. I can't tell you how many New Yorkers were like, I don't care. Let somebody come in. Let them blow up.
And that was,
I don't care.
That was part of that was part of the equation that I was telling people. I don't think Cuomo can win because there are too many New Yorkers who cannot forgive him. And how could you? How could you, T, after what you described, Esty, what you just described?
I'm telling you that, and it was very, very sad.
Very sad. Well, T, thank you so much for the call. I hope you have a very Merry Christmas, and thank you for that great insight. Thank you. She's a singer in nursing homes. They wouldn't let her in. She wouldn't even go in there with allergies. Yet you had these quote-unquote experts, and Chuck Todd wants to talk about all of the experts are giving us bad info. Again, you can't just say, I was given bad information. It didn't make sense. T is not a doctor.
Dude, if the Joint Commission came to watch the hospital, if the Joint Commission came to your unit, we call it JACO, everyone's terrified of them, but they're the ones that basically, they're kind of like the health inspectors of the hospital, I want to say. So when they come in, you know that everyone's in trouble and everyone's on their best behavior and the gloves are out and everyone's washing their hands 20 times. God forbid they saw you walk into a patient's room from another patient's room without washing hands. You don't understand. That slap on that hospital can be actually detrimental to the hospital. So we know how important it is to keep these elderly away from these respiratory viruses. We've always known. That's what the experts always said. So who's the person that all of a sudden changed the guidance from the experts? Because it doesn't make any sense. Where did they get this half-assed information from? How did all of a sudden logic and science get thrown out the window and replaced by their version of logic and science? How did that happen?
Yeah.
And how are we?
And you mentioned that their version. They were like, follow the science. Well, what science suggests that doing what you're telling us to do, putting the sick with the elderly, what science says to do that? Nobody has ever said where that came from. And I want to know.
Sean, social distancing does not make sense. How can you sit there and give guidance like, okay, you're going to stay 6 feet apart? If you're in a business, my husband is a barber, right? The chairs are next to each other. He actually was forced to not allow both sides, basically. So like both chairs from both sides of a hairstylist were not allowed. They had to be vacant because you had to have that barrier. So he's like, let me get this straight. I'm running a business. I have 7 chairs and you're telling me I can only use 3 of them at all times. God forbid I'm using a 4th. And they're like, absolutely. And you have to have plexiglass. And even the people that would come in for these haircuts, they'd be like, it doesn't really make sense. You're touching me, but there's a glass here. And, the plexiglass is really not doing anything because that's not the way air circulation works, folks. What happened to logic during that time? How were we allowed to get gaslit as a world? And like you said, it was a trial run and the media was a huge part of it. And that is why there's going to be increasing distrust. If you notice, it's a really big problem because when you stop trusting the media, you're going to get your information from somewhere. And going to social media or to one of these Groyper podcasters, I mean, you can go to the wrong one. And I can tell you right now.
Yep, and you could wind up coming out thinking something. Yeah, you can go to the wrong. That's it. And so Chuck Todd actually brings that up and was like, well, the internet and algorithms, and that's why the media isn't trusted anymore. No, the media is not trusted because you drove people to the internet so they get their information from these algorithms and all of these things. Again, the algorithms, the internet, social media, I've talked about this a million times, rewards sensationalism and rewards, clickbait, enragement bait, these low IQ slop questions, disingenuous arguments that are being framed, and then of course a ton of engagement, so it gets pushed up in the feed. This is a problem as well, and so he's not wrong on that. But the media did this to themselves. They pushed people in that direction. Chuck Todd, we'll do another clip of him. He mentioned the sources. I can't help the information that comes in from these sources. Here he is back in 2017, 2018, whenever this was, with Adam Schiff during the Russiagate hoax. Watch this, Chuck Todd and Adam Schiff.
I got to ask you something that you said also to me on Sunday, is that you thought that at the time former Director of National Intelligence James Clapper was too definitive when he said no evidence of collusion at the time that he served through essentially January 20th of this year. What basis can you feel confident saying that the Director of National Intelligence oversold something?
Well, look, I don't think it was deliberate on the director's part, but all I can tell you is reviewing the evidence that I have, I don't think you can conclude that at all, far from it.
But you admit it's all you have right now is a circumstantial case.
Actually, no, Chuck. I can tell you that the case is more than that, and I can't go into the particulars, but there is more than circumstantial evidence now. So, again, I think...
So you have seen direct evidence of collusion?
I don't want to go into specifics, but I will say that there is evidence that is not circumstantial and is very much worthy of investigation. So that is what we ought to do. Now, again, I think we have been dealt a serious body blow to the credibility of our ability to get answers by today's events. And to me, it underscores the importance of having an independent commission look at this as a supplement to anything the Congress does.
Yeah, give me a break about picking your sources. Give me a break about having the right people on to give information. You had Adam Schiff, and by the way, he was pranked by Ukrainian or Russian prank phone callers. They recorded this. They spoke to him. We have compromising materials on Donald Trump. And Schiff was like, oh, you do? Oh, you do? You got pranked, and then went on Chuck Todd and was like, I got information. You didn't have nothing. You had nothing. And Chuck Todd wants to come out there and say, oh, well, the internet's the reason why we don't have credibility. No, it's because you have fools like that on your show, and you treat them as if they're giving you information that's going to verify because it fits a narrative that you, Chuck Todd, wants to push. Finally, on this topic of the media, this is one of my favorite clips of all time. Rachel Maddow talking about the vaccine. Again, bad information. Why don't people trust the media anymore? Because you have clowns like Rachel Maddow saying, if you're vaccinated, you can't spread the virus. Again, I'm not a doctor, but if you're sick and you cough, you can spread a contagious thing. It doesn't care whether or not you got a vaccine. But that didn't stop Rachel Maddow from saying this on her show. Let's roll this clip from Mad Maddow. There you go, Rachel Maddow.
Instead of the vaccine being able, it means instead of the virus being able to hop from person to person to person to person, spreading and spreading, sickening some of them, but not all of them. And the ones that it doesn't sicken don't know they have it. And then they give it to even more people because they didn't recognize they were. Right? Instead of the virus being able to hop from person to person to person, potentially mutating and becoming more virulent and drug resistant along the way, now we know that the vaccines work well enough that the virus stops with every vaccinated person.
Oh, it does,
A vaccinated
Rachel.
person
Okay.
gets exposed to the virus. The virus does not infect them. The virus cannot then use that person to go anywhere else.
Mm-hmm.
It cannot use a vaccinated person as a host to go get more people.
Okay.
That means the vaccines will get us to the end of this.
Oh.
If we just go fast enough to get the whole population.
Get the whole population vaccinated. You know, because if you're sick and you're vaccinated,
She should be
you can't
sued
spread
for
it. She should. But you know what she'll say, Esty? She'll say, well, that's what the experts told me. That's what Fauci said. That's what all these, and I mean, that doesn't even make sense, right? I mean, for example, if I get the flu shot, which I don't get because, it doesn't stop the flu, right? And then I get the flu with the flu shot. I can and probably will be able to spread the flu to other people who come in contact with me, regardless of whether or not I have a flu shot. Okay.
Not only that, the people seem to, it's the lack of understanding of how even, it's just a basic understanding of how the way vaccines work. So for the flu shot, that's why even some doctors will be like, yeah, you don't really have to get it. Because why? It's only protecting you against the most possible or the most popular strain of that year.
Strains,
there
right.
are so many strains of the flu. There's no guarantee you're going to get that strain. And there is no guarantee you're not going to get it if you're vaccinated. There's just a lesser of a chance that you're probably going to be severely ill. Exactly the same thing with COVID. Not only are you still able to get it, you absolutely can spread it. So not only, I don't think it was bad information. They lied.
Yep.
And they gaslit. And like I said, until accountability is not held at the highest level for these people, the same ones that bring treason into this country and the same ones that tattletale on their good American citizen neighbor just for for a pat on the back for someone that, they voted for, until that doesn't change, we're going to continue to have that division and that mistrust. And people are right to not trust the media anymore because these idiots are still sitting here spewing at the mouth, foaming at the mouth, and nothing they say can be trusted, especially the internet's forever, guys. I think they don't realize that these videos are out there. It's not AI. It's not AI. I saw Rachel Maddow's crooked face say this in real time. It's not AI.
Yeah, no, you're 100% right. And whether it's Chuck Todd, whether it's Rachel Maddow, whether it's somebody like Martha Raddatz last year, remember J.D. Vance was sitting with her and he said that, the Tren de Aragua was taking over apartment complexes in Colorado. And she said, well, it's only been a handful. Well, since when do we settle for only a handful of our apartment complexes get taken over by gang members? Since when is that acceptable? Right? The Russia hoax, Donald Trump, Russia, collusion, this, that. All of that was garbage. The suckers and losers hoax, right? He called veterans suckers. The very fine people hoax. That was one of the worst ones. He says he condemns white nationalists and neo-Nazis, and they go, he called white nationalists and neo-Nazis very fine people. I remember Michael Rappaport, who used to be a virulent Trump hater, was on the Patrick Bet-David podcast last year and was like, I got that so wrong. I feel like a moron because I listened to the full clip for the first time, and that's not what Trump said. And he really came around, and I give him credit for that. And then a lot of that was October 7th related because he's Jewish. But, he started to see things and go, wait a minute, they're lying to me. They think I'm stupid. And that's what I'll leave you with when we do this media segment. We'll come back and we'll wrap up the entire show. The media lies to the American people because they think you are stupid. They think you're going to lap it up. They think you're going to hear something from a talking head on television. They think you're not going to do your own research. They think, oh, okay, they're not going to figure out that putting sick people with the elderly is a bad idea. They're too dumb to do that. That's what they think. The only reason they do it is because they think you're dumb and that they'll get away with it. If they thought you'd catch on, they wouldn't do it. They wouldn't risk losing their audience. They wouldn't risk losing their reputation. Now they're too far gone. You know, it's like what Esty said at the beginning of the show. Once you trans your kid, you're just, that's it. You're basically done. But it's now they're too far gone. They think you're stupid. And this is one of the things I've been saying for the last, it's about 7 years. The media is not your friend. Yes, I understand that I'm now a member of quote unquote media, right? You know, on the radio, doing a podcast. The mainstream media is not your friend. Stop treating them like they're here to help you and inform you, because they're not. They are propagandists. They're not your friend. Shut them off and shame them. We'll be back with a little bit more here. Wrapping up the show, we got This Day in Music History, the great Phil Lomquist. We'll be wrapping up the show. We also are going to touch on, finally, the Golden Fleet. We have to do it. The Pirate King. We're going to do it right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Sean Farish and Esty Palti wrapping up this Festivus episode and edition of Kayal and Company. We'll be right back after this. Don't go anywhere.
Gold is now over $4,300 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, the States Roadshow wants it, and they're paying top dollar on the spot. Broken chains, old rings, coins, watches, diamonds, vintage jewelry. If it's valuable, they're buying it. Just walk in, get a free appraisal, and walk out with cash in your hand. They're also buying pre-1964 silver coins, flatware, sterling silverware stamped 925, coin collections, gold, silver, foreign, and domestic. Plus, they've been in business for over 35 years with thousands of prior happy customers. Licensed, bonded, state-certified scales, highest tech equipment, employees with GIA certifications. Estates Roadshow is happening 3 days only, Sunday through Tuesday, 2 locations. Chestnut Hill at the Chestnut Hill Hotel and in Cherry Hill at TMT Cash for Gold. Gold is hotter than ever, so get yourself some cash for the holidays. Go to estatesroadshow.com. estatesroadshow.com.
Dawn Stensland here. Happy Honda Days. You've heard me talk about my family and 7 different Piazza Hondas. You can get your clearance deals on select 2025 models at Piazza Honda, like 0.99% for 60 months on a new Honda Ridgeline. Lease a new Honda Accord for just $229 a month, or a Honda Pilot for only $399 a month, both for 36 months. Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield, PIAZZA, PiazzaHonda.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
B101 is spreading holiday cheer throughout Philly. Tune in for the soundtrack to your Christmas season, featuring all the holiday songs you love. Christmas music all day, every day, only on B101, Philly's official Christmas station.
Got any gadgets? Get online protection. NordVPN has a ho-ho holiday deal just for you. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro feature helps you avoid malware, phishing, and annoying trackers. Just a few taps and you're safer online. Let your gadgets sparkle with online security. Go to NordVPN.com and get up to 77% off plus 3 extra months. NordVPN.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800 894-7722.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, an elite of Lexus dealer and an 8-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2026 Lexus models are here and moving fast. The amazing team at Lexus of Cherry Hill are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Face it, you deserve a Lexus and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at lexusofcherryhill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
$9:48 as we wrap up Hour 4 of this Festivus edition of Kayal and Company. Sean Farish and SD Palti with ya here until about 10 a.m. We got to talk about it. Yesterday, the Pirate King himself, your favorite president, announced the Golden Fleet. The new Trump-class warships are going to be put into production. Let's roll this clip from Donald Trump. This is typical Trump, the biggest, the greatest, the best, the longest, the strongest, the fastest ships in the history of the world. Play that Donald Trump clip. Let's go.
As Commander-in-Chief, it's my great honor to announce that I have approved a plan for the Navy to begin the construction of 2 brand new, very large, the largest we've ever built, battleships. You know, you used to build the Iowa, the Missouri, the Wisconsin, the Alabama, many others. We had big battleships. These are bigger, but they will have 100 times the, they'll be 100 times the force, the power, and there's never been anything like these ships. These have been under design consideration for a long time, and it started with me in my first term, because I said, why aren't we doing battleships like we used to? And these are the best in the world. They'll be the fastest, the biggest, and by far 100 times more powerful than any battleship ever built. So if you look at the Iowa, the Missouri, Wisconsin, Alabama, and others, but they were similar in size, some a little bit bigger than the others, but if you take the biggest one, it's 100 times more powerful. They're longer by a little bit. But and they're bigger ships, but they hold much more. They use the word lethality.
You are just doing too much, Don. You're doing too much.
Typical Trump. I do so much, and I do it well. I do it so well. It's the biggest, the greatest, the strongest, the fastest, the most beautiful, the best looking, and the most effective ships in the history of the world. And, you know, I get along very well with a lot of pirates. You look at Blackbeard, I call him Beard of Color.
At some point, I thought you were going to say they're bigger and better than China. That's what I thought you were
Well, they're much better than China. I get along well with China, but they're a lot better than China. You understand that. Everybody understands. You know that everybody understands that. We do a tremendous job. Everybody understands that. We got Phil Almquist, ready for This Day in Music History, one of my favorite segments in all of radio. What's going on, Phil? Let's get
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, December 23rd, we celebrate the birthdays of Eddie Vedder from Pearl Jam, Harry Shearer from Spinal Tap, who I played on Saturday night, and Dave Murray from Iron Maiden. Sings include Someone Saved My Life Tonight by Elton John in 75, and Touch Me by the Doors in 68. Album include Wrecked Octopus by Jefferson Starship in 75. Also in 89, Phil Collins would top the singles chart with Another Day in Paradise. In 72, Grand Funk Railroad's former manager brought a court order to their show at MSG in New York, allowing him to confiscate their equipment, which he did after the show. In 61, the Beach Boys made their live debut. In 59, the Drifters recorded This Magic Moment. In 75, Alice Cooper fell off the stage in Vancouver and broke 6 ribs. In 72, the John Lennon movie Imagine debuted on the national television. And in 2009, Metallica's Black album was named as the top album seller since it came out in 91. But lastly, on this day in 47, 3 Bell Lab scientists in New Jersey demonstrate the transistor, paving the way for portable transistor radios that earned the 1956 Nobel Prize. For Kayal & Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
Thank you, Phil. And I don't know if you caught any of that Thursday night. Oh, that's not Thursday night. My gosh, what are we doing?
What are we doing here, Sean?
That Monday night. My days are all mixed up. Listen, it's true.
And you say that I'm the one that drinks too much.
Yeah, who's drinking now, Sean?
Corn Pop was a bad dude. I don't know if you saw that that Monday night game last night. But how is it that Phillip Rivers is a better quarterback than anybody on the New York Jets roster at 44 years old?
45, actually. Yeah, I have no idea.
45.
Yeah,
How is that possible?
I have no idea.
I don't know. It's just, it's so sad.
Tankathon is on right now.
Yeah, you know what? They could say, what was it? Fail for Fernando or something, right? Fail for Fernando Mendoza.
Yep.
See what happens.
We'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens. Thank you, Phil.
I'll see you tomorrow.
This day in music history. We'll see you tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow. SD will not be back here tomorrow, but it's been a lot of fun last 2 days. I mean, this has been a fast 4 hours this morning. It was a fast 4 hours yesterday. It's been a pleasure working with you. Did you have fun? How do you like this radio thing? I'm going to tell you what, you're real good at it. You're real good. It's a lot of fun. Seasoned pro over here.
It's definitely a lot of fun. You guys are Kayal and Company. I mean, they've always been so nice, and I met them a few years back. I think you made the introduction, and it's just such an experience. Really, I never really thought about it, but until I started to do it. And you guys really you make it easy, you make it fun. It's a great crowd, great way to talk to the people. And I will be back. 12:10. Don't you worry. I'm not done. I don't know if you heard. My brother,
oh my gosh!
Hello, my brother. I'm not finished. I'm gonna be back. He's not paying attention to me. Shout out to the HSBU, collard greens, anything, nothing. My man don't hear a thing. I gotta get the hang of this radio thing.
That was so funny. That the clip of her. I forget what university it was. What was it? Howard. To my HBCU brothers and sisters. I was like, you've got to be kidding me, Kamala Harris. You got to be kidding me. Just a
Kamala
mess.
is my favorite Kamala.
What's that? Black Kamala? You said?
Black Kamala is my favorite Kamala because her brothers and sisters. Every time she says that, I'm just like, that's it. I'm sticking with it. I mean, she's just something else. I love it. I love it.
It was too funny. It was too funny to watch that throughout the whole campaign and watch her fumbling and just tripping all over her words. The 60 Minutes interview. What a great campaign and election season that was. Although it was stressful, very nervous about what was going to happen. Obviously, the right result. We would say the right result happened. You may not be very happy about it, but now you have more time to drink, though. Now you've got more time to sit there and to consume all of they call them.
You don't know anything about dedication, Donald, because I never faltered when it came to drinking. The presidency couldn't stop me before, and nothing is going to stop me now.
Well, I can tell you this: after a night of drinking, joy definitely is not cometh in the morning. I can say that.
Joy cometh in the morning, Philadelphia. Joy hath cometh in the morning.
Well, it's been excuse me. It's been a great 2 shows. It's been a lot of fun working with you. Can't wait to do this again. And for the rest of the 1210 family, I'll be back with you tomorrow morning. As the great Greg Stocker would say, we start at 6 a.m. I'll see you tomorrow morning for a special Christmas Eve edition of Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Follow Esty everywhere on social media at MommyRN88. And what's the website, Esty?
LaughWithSD.com.
LaughWithSD.com. Give her a follow. I'm sure she'll be back. That was a whole lot of fun. And I will see you tomorrow. Thank you. God bless you. Happy Festivus. And thank you for your attention to this matter. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips